I think we should be live and that. Um, Hopefully it says 6, but I'm sure I'll be 7. But hello everybody, I'm back with the Bond stream. Hopefully it's funky. Well, yeah, back with the world is not enough. Where I can get the up and that. Yeah. So you can get window image going. Oh, it has. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's not enough. Great, great. Film on that. Yeah. I've got to show get the screenshots image though. Um, but yeah, here's Brosnan. A few others. Got Robert Carlyle. Hello. Yeah, just try and get these images. Yeah. It's a mess around this. Ah. Look at that. I'll just have to do it like single screen. Or, so, gotta get the right one. Which one was it? Yeah, it was this one. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, get this. I'll have to move it across. Sweet. That should be good. In that, the world's not enough. Great poster and that. Cause got like what's happening. You got your boat scene, the helicopters, and that. The BMW, and sort of hang glided towards um, Paris, Parahawks. That's what it was called. Yeah. Well, yeah. And got the submarine I can't see, but the submarine's a big part of it. I thought probably would have had a big submarine here, but nope. Yeah. And yeah. That was another one I was going to use, but then I realised the H is missing up at the end. It's like, oh no. So I got that one instead where the H is there, and I had to like extend it a little bit just to make it fit a bit more. So yeah, here's the cast. So whoa, a bit too far in there. Yeah, got Piers Brosnan, James Bond, Sophie McHugh as Electra King. Oh, I'll tell you something. I think she's probably the Bond girl that gets the most sort of like naked nearly in it. You do see a bit of a tit if you pause it in the right place. Then Desmond Llewellyn as Q, Denise Richards as Doctor Christmas. Oh yeah, she plays a real good part. Robert Carlyle as Renard, who does an half decent accent, but it slips now and again. But he has a great um, believability of being this sort of like lost soul that's like wanting love, but because he's been shot in the head and he's can't feeling out and that, he's finding it hard to have a relationship. So, but then Judy Dench is him. Yeah, Maria Graza Cochuna. Oh, like is called Cigar Girl. Who like plays a good part in it. She's only in it for the like beginning first 10 minutes and that, but she does good. And then Samantha Bond as Miss Moneypenny, John Cleese as R, who's like Q's sort of like replacement. That like he did sort of like replace Q in because I think this is Desmond Llewellyn's last Bond film. And then Robbie Coltrane as Valiant and Zosky. Yeah. And Serena Scott Thomas as Dr. Molly Walker's like Bond's third shag because there's a three shagger. It's like that's the first one, then that's the second, and that's the third. Like yeah, and then Goldie, who's like a rapper in that, he plays Bullion, who like does a pretty good job. He like he's in Snatch where he does a good job where he plays like the wild boy, but he's not all that hard and that, but he's hanging around with tough people and that. And then Colin Simons as Charles, and Michael Kitchen as Bill Turner. Oh, I think I'll have to write his name down because he's one of them where the character's name is not very used much in that. So I like forget sometimes. Oh, it's not even Turner, it's Tanner. Yeah. And Greg Powell's as Manning Restaurant. I don't know what the fuck they're about. Anyway. Colin as Colonel. Alka as yeah, he plays like a Russian. Then John Sui as Gabba. Which I'll have to write his name down. Cause his name don't get mentioned much in it. And then Ulrich Thompson as Davidoff, who's like head security and that. Nina Mushkin as Veska. Oh yeah, that's what, but David Carter as Sir Robert King, who's like Electra's dad. Patrick Mallenhide, who's like a British actor in that, but he plays like a Swedish dude in this. Oh, Lanches. And Omid Dagel, who plays like the foreman, who's another British actor in that, who's like was a comedian and that. Disney Buman as Nina, like Bond girls. Well, I think the Valentine girls, but yeah. Justin Von Duren as Captain Nikolai. Oh fucking in it for much. Uh, oh yeah, Patrick Roma. Who plays like a pilot? He Des Crawford, Casino Thug, where he's hardly in it and that. Hasheen Shappy as the Doctor, um, he's not much in it. Jeff Nuttall as Doctor Akov, who's not in it much. John Ashmanley as the helicopter pilot, and Jim Russonis as a pipeline technician, and Martin Lewis as the newscaster. Oh yeah, because Martin Lewis is in it, reporting. It's like footage of. He's like a British news reporter in that. Cause one of them where they use a real reporter to do the reporting, so it looks more real and that. Peter Mastabas, casino dealer. He's only in it for he's bits parts. He's Carl McChrystal as taking Daryl Mega Rebellion as Coptic priest. Oh yeah, he's it. But Barbara Broccoli, she's not in it. I don't think she just like owns it and that. But Gary Powell as the submarine sort of total. He's not in for me. And Judy Shackoni as the girl in Casino and that. Vic Armstrong and and Simon Crane. There's nothing, so they might not even be in the film, but yeah. Where else? Not enough. See if in the chat. No. Yeah, I've got to see it all. If this, like, the live stream is running, because sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we'll start, but don't do it, and I said, oh well, so I'll have to check. Because I had to change the time and all, I need to start fucking doing these streams. Bit more on time and that. But let's see. Yeah, I'm live anyway. Yeah, I think it will be. I can't see another live stream. Because like, you know, one of them where I thought, oh yeah, it should do it and that, but it might not have. But it's looking like it's streaming. Anyway, so yeah, because it's a pretty good film and that though. Although it is a sort of like 10 of like when films that sound or the Bond films aren't like as impressive as the old ones. Because I think it is more to do with the safety aspect because the started to go like really safe on the stunts and that where they was using more CGI and all that stuff where they obviously they don't do everything CGI, but it was just one of them where the stunts got a bit too elaborate where they couldn't do it. Well, they could do it for real, but it'd be real expensive, and there'd be a lot of insurance sort of hassle with it, and so they just sort of like thought, right, we'll see GI it and that where it takes away. Because that's the thing with Bond films where you see it for real, and you're like, yeah, it looks real because it is real. Even though most of the time, like with the A Team, you can clearly see that is not who's ever playing James Bond. It's a stuntman. Seen a few. I've shown a few screenshots where it's like, oh yeah, that's not Roger Moore or that's not Pierce Brosnan. Clearly, but you got some great stunts in that though. Sometimes it's better to be like, right, yeah, just imagine it is Pierce Brosnan, even though you can clearly see it in. But yeah, yeah, great film though, great film. Yeah, because I've got another 5 minutes. Yeah, because yeah, it's got some great action in it. Like you can see there with the boat scene and the helicopter sort of rockets and that. That scene is one where they used practical and CGI effects, so you don't. It's not all like CGI'd. Where it was in the day where it cost a bit to CGI it, and so it was pretty much cheaper to just do it practically. And yeah, bit of a like giveaway when you've seen the film, but if you want to see it, it's in the film, should I say? Okay. And there's you can hardly see them a lot of the zoom in, but the pixelation will be really crap now. But yeah, you can see them. They was called Parahawks. Uh, Good scene though, because like this is one of them Bond films where they came up with something new, where it's like, oh yeah, we hadn't seen that before. Good action and all, like always with Bond films. And yeah, so reading ladies. Ooh, Bond shags Bo. It's like, yeah. Especially Dr. Christmas. Oh, yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah. And Denise Richards, yeah. Mm. rail fitting. The displays are like quite sort of like tough, but not real tough. Yeah, and then Electra, played by Sophie McHugh. Oh, yeah, you, she gets a bit of some skin out. Yeah, I'm surprised it's a 12 with how much skin is showing. Yeah, right. So yeah, that's 20-minute mark. So get on with the spoilers. Cause yeah, it starts off and um, this ratio is a bit squashed, but it's the way I took the screenshots, and it was one of them where I can get the full screen in because the ratio is a bit, and it hopefully it won't like get me copyrighted. But in fact, though, I should really get it zoomed in so you can see. So it'd be like the full screen, but it'll take me a minute here because I need to widen this. Oh, because anyone puts in the chat. But yeah, great film though. Some good action in that. Alright, there we go. That should be zoomed in a little bit, I reckon. I'll have to have a look on my phone, but I reckon that should look good. One of the things where I can't see. That's the thing with stream, like you can't see what you're doing if you haven't got two screens. But oh yeah, in fact I could zoom it in a little bit more. Yeah, get it full screen and that white border what we saw off-putting. But yeah, let's have a look at that. Got to wait for the delay sort of thing, but see how good that is. Oh, hey up. Um, yeah, still a red shirt. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, Eh, says, hey pal, almost 2:30 a.m. for me. Just dropping to say hi and leave a like. Always like this movie. Denise Richards was in her prime. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Uh, Quite a few scenes where she's got a wet top on. It's like, oh yeah. We'll write a Bond film where, yeah, we get Denise Richards in and we just get her top wet as much as we can. Like, okay. We'll put it on a submarine, yeah? Like, okay. But yeah, Denise Richards plays a good part and all. Um, yeah. Just trying to get the image real good because I've got a few fucking screenshots and like I can save like because the aspect ratio is different. It's slightly skewed a bit, so it's stretched a bit. But it means it'll fill more of the screen and that because I usually take screenshots where about 3/4 of the screen, and so it's more big. But hey, well, yeah, that looks pretty good though. Even though I still could get a bit of that white line out, I think. But why not? I'll be wrong on it. Yeah, nah, I reckon that should be maybe a bit too good, but let's check it out. Because the better the like screen is, like, cause I say it's a great film. And I usually do all these for about 5 hours, so 10 minutes. I was hoping it'd only take me 2 minutes, but then I've got to like wait for the delay. Got about a 20-second delay, even more sometimes. Oh yeah, that's looking like really nearly full screen. One more because I'll have to like get it a bit centered. Yeah, no, that should be good. I should really just fucking sort of corner it on the screen and that, and then easily like work out. Oh yeah, well, getting it sort of like full size is like best option. Oh, hey, yep, yeah, more chat. Oh yeah, that is fucking real good. There's a little bit of a white border there, but fuck it, just in case some of the pictures aren't bringing. But yeah, yeah, well, okay. Uh, yeah, so meow. Yeah, Mara, meow. And Darius Moonshine says, Raid from Raquel's SSG. Milton Knowles, the Insane Wish King, says, none of you are as awesome as me. Well, I think James Bond is more awesome than you because he gets 3 shags in this film. And I know, Milton, you only got one bed, so. But no one's as awesome as James Bond. That's why he's James Bond. But yeah, and Mo Kitty says, I can't really hear you. Oh, right. The volume. Oh. Raquel Raid from I Love Food, and I Love Food says he loves soy. So, because it's a food, soy. Fucking where are the soy nerds? Oh, they're not on this channel, Maura. You fucking know they're not going to be on. Bond? James Bond? Soy nerds don't want to see James Bond shagging 3 women when they can't even get one woman to look at them in a sexual manner. So, but yeah, Raquel SSG says hello, Jens. Yeah, right, Raquel. Milton Insane King says I started off with 2 at once, and currently I have the most attractive wife in the entire universe. Well, we all believe we all should believe our wives are the most attractive in the entire universe. And then Darius says, I saw The World Is Not Enough in the movie theatres with my parents around Thanksgiving's 1998. Yeah. And as I remember Bond getting 3 shags in this movie. Yeah, he gets the first one because he has to get a medical, and he's like, right, I'll give you a shag if you give me a pass. And she's like, okay, yeah. Oh yeah. Now the volume's all right, Maura. Yeah, cheers. Hugs. Oh, because if I do it too loud, it's one of them where, because I was screaming like a madman on Tuesday about soy nerds and that like, yeah, it's a good job I did turn it down, but I can move the mic a bit closer. Maybe that a bit better. And I should have get it sort of angled up near my mouth. Yeah, this should be a bit better now. So yeah, Milton Knoll says, I found out flowers have both male and female reproductive organs. Today I have something in common with flowers. Yeah, well, you smell sweet and all. I hadn't smelt you, Milton, but I know you smell sweet. Smell sweet like cherry pie, no, like strawberries. Alafu says, the world is not enough. Back when Bond was shanking sheets. Oh yeah. I think now he just shanks women's heads. Craig, Daniel Craig. Uh, I don't know this shanking sheet, but he does cut like this coat sheet that like comes over, and I think that might be on about that by the way. Oh, Milton says, I might smell like strong innocence, but that's because I burn a lot of them. Oh, like incense. Yeah. Strawberry incense, Milton. Strawberry. That's what I'm picturing. You like a strawberry. You want like the um. I was gonna say the male version, but even Milton's admitting he's not a full male. But anyway, you like the male-ish version of strawberry shortcakes. Raquel says, I can't stick around. I have to get ready in the morning for an appointment. Catch you guys later. Yeah. And says, night. Yeah, cheers, Raquel, for popping in anyway. Cheers. Night. Yeah, well, I've gone 16 minutes over, but hopefully, though, now, let's see how the fucking. Oh, Milton says, I burn a lot of sweat vampire blood incest. It's super good. I highly recommend. No, no, Milton, no. Sounds expensive, but no. Let's get back to the Bond. Let's get back to the Bond. Hopefully now, this should be perfectly fucking done. So I'd be like, yeah. But I think I fucked it up a little bit when I like tried to move the chat, and then it fucked up. But hopefully, shit. I need to just move it down, don't I? Um, right. Now that should be good, but stop moving. Look, chat. Yeah, Milton says you're making me giggle. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Let's now. Hopefully, this should be fucking perfecto. Apart from though, there should be a little bit of a borderline here and there, but it should be like full screen and that. So see all of the fucking pictures and that. Yeah, just moving down a little bit more. Milton, he says, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some of my incest burners. That would go good with my new one. Add a couple of packets of incest, as in them incest stick, right? Get your lasser. See, she's like, oh yeah. I'm well up for listening to a Bond stream. And chilling out to some blood incest. Okay. But, hey. How it goes. Right, yeah. That's looking good now, or I could just move it a little bit to the fucking right. Let's go. Fucking come on. Yeah. Right. Now that should be perfect. Cause yeah, great film. Pocket cards right now. Move it. Fuck it. Yep. So yeah, starts off with Bond, where he's in Bill Bio, Bilba, Bil, Bilbao. It's in Spain anyway, where he's at the Le Banquet Suzy de Lincha at Bilbao. But yeah, it's a insurance broker sort of thing where he goes in and there's Cigar Girl. Where okay, she offers Bond a cigar and that, and Bond's like, oh yeah, hello, and like the Swiss banker dude um, has got him like loads of money that like he's like a carrier for this dude called Robert King, or Sir Robert King, where he's got some money sort of like um, owed to him and that sort of thing, where he's like, oh yeah, I need someone to go collect this money that like this banker's had, like, because I think it was like a ransom money sort of thing that like didn't get used, and so Bond's collecting the ransom money that didn't get used. Well, anyway, Bond, he's all like, oh yeah, nah, I'm not here for the money. The report that like um, this Robert King dude, he bought a report to find out who the terrorist was that kidnapped his daughter. But you don't know this when you're seeing this. This is sometimes why Bond films get confusing, because they show you shit that you don't know until you later on in the film. But anyway, he says, "Oh yeah, an MI6 agent got killed for this report, and it was stolen, and you sort of paid or knew all the people who stole this report of this MI6 agent is, and I want some names, sort of thing." Let's see if the chat. What should I whilst I'm here? Yeah, okay, says. Even though I was my pairing, I didn't know it's good, but yeah, I think you're a bit of a Pierce Brosnan fan, but he's a good Bond, Pierce Brosnan. Well, anyway, he's saying he wants a name in that. Well, the Swiss banker dudes like, oh look, I'm just a middleman. Like, I'm just here to give the money back and that. And you want to be like careful what you say because you're outnumbered, and so fucking just take the money and get out, sort of thing. Well, Bond, he's had to put his gun on the table because he's like not supposed to be armed and that, but he still wants to like have his gun. Well, because it's on the table and that, he gets his glasses and like presses a button in the like arm handle of the glasses that makes his gun that's on the table exploding in with like a gas sort of flashbang and that, where he jumps up, grabs the dude, smashes his head on the table and that. Then this other dude tries to like point or pull a gun on Bond and that, but Bond like grabs his arm, like knees him in the stomach and that. Well, another dude behind the desk sort of like gets up and that. Well, Bond just shoots him with the dude's gun and that. Then like knees him in his face and that. Then grabs the like banker dude. Or he puts a gun to his neck and that, and he's like, oh yeah, give me your name. And he's like, oh well, I can't tell you. And he's like, oh well, if you don't, I'm gonna shoot. So he's like, all right then, I'll tell you, but I want protection and that. So Bond's like, okay, well, then someone throws a knife. Like, I know what it is, but like, okay, in this you don't, but right now sort of thing. Well, throws a knife in the back of his head, and that kills him. Well, Bond like goes to look, and sees a woman, but she runs sort of like past the sort of like window sort of thing out, and so Bond can't shoot her because he don't get his aim right because she's like too fast. As in, it was a blade. He'd just seen her sort of thing. Well, he hears like the police getting called and that because the fucking heard gunshots and that. So he goes back in the room, locks the door, sees like the cops, like, oh yeah, they're coming and that. Well, this other dude, who like he sort of like, I think he was one that he shot, but obviously he didn't kill him or out. Gets like up and that with a gun. Well, then you see like a red dot. That's like a sniper that snipes him. Well, Bond has a look to see who the sniper is because he knows, like, oh yeah, he's not or whoever it is. They're, they're not supposed to be sort of like helping Bond, so he don't know exactly what's happened. But anyway, he ain't got time to like think too much, so he grabs like the curtain sort of bland sort of tie thing. Real long and all. I think it's one of them where in a Bond film they sometimes make stuff so it's like, oh yeah, it won't be that strong or it won't be that long and that, but in a Bond film it is. So he bangs this sort of like curtain rail tie, even though it's like blinds, but he like ties it onto the dude and like ties the other side to him, smashes the window through with the suitcase with the money in, jumps off the like railings, so like climbs out of the window, jumps out of the railings with the curtain tie thing tied to him, sort of like paracels down or bungees down sort of thing. Well, the dude, he sees like the cord sort of like getting tightened and that, where he grabs onto the sort of leg of the table, but he just gets like pulled back. Oh well, he stops Bond from going all the way down, so he's like pulling a bit that like the table like collapses and he just goes flying back, where then Bond lands on the floor, sort of like unties himself, where then the Spanish police barge in and that, where this dude here, he's got his berry on the wrong side, and I think they're taking the piss out of the soy-haired bitches here. Like, oh, you're under arrest. Hello. But anyway, they so like you only see the dude who's like sticks his hands up and that. Well, Bond sort of like just walks off and that, whilst the cops are like burning to the bank, well, like an insurance banker office. Well, then Bond gets the money back to the MR6 headquarters and that, and like they scan the money and that, probably to see if there's any fucking like fake ones are out. Well, it seems all good and that. So then Bond goes and talks to Miss Moneypenny and that. See if there's any chat. Oh yeah, there we go. Milton, he says, I'm burning with my werewolf's blood incense and my vampire blood incense and my new purple incense holder of the sun and moon is now the werewolf blood incense burner. Yeah, Milton, if it's not going to be about Bond, mate, I'm not going to be reading out in your sort of like incest, as in incest burners, sort of fucking fetish. It's Bond fetish. Unless them incense burners have got anything to do with Bond, or it's a Bond incense fucking hole there. Like, or you've got some the world is not enough incense. Uh, yeah. So anyway, he goes see Miss Moneypenny and that, and he gives her a cigar and that, and she chucks it in the bin, and Bond uses the line, "Oh yeah, just like our relationship, close but no cigar," and that. Well, she says like, "Oh yeah," M's there, and M like phones and says, "Yeah, send Bond in," sort of thing. Where Bond goes in and that, and he sees Sir Robert King, whose money it was who he got back. Well, he's like, "Oh yeah, thanks and that shit, fucking great job, fucking like, I can't believe you sort of like fucking did it and that sort of thing." Well, Bond, he's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, no problem." And that. Well, he says to um, Em and that, "Oh yeah, our one man poaching Bond. He's that much of a great agent and that." And so, like, have a little bit of a laugh, and then he goes to get his money, sort of thing. Well, Em and Bond start to have a drink in that, where Bond says to him, "Oh yeah, you know, Sir Robert and that," and she's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, we go back quite a bit," sort of thing, college friends or something. Well, Bond's like, "Oh yeah, well, he's a bit sort of like dodgy, in he, because he's paying 3 million for a stolen report and that, which that's where he got the money back from, because it was a stolen report sort of thing and that. Well, M says, "Well, that report he Sir Robert wanted, because it could have like led him to find out who's attacking his oil pipeline business and that, and see who the terrorists are." Well, Bond's like, "Oh yeah, well, is it worth sort of like 3,000, 3 million and that sort of thing?" But he's like, oh yeah, well, if that's what he's paying for this sort of like report, well, so like so be it. Well, then his ice starts to fucking fizz and that shit, where he noticed, and that's not pre cum, which it looks like, but it's not. The ice is having a chemical reaction on his fingers, where he realises there's something dodgy about the money, because that's the only thing he's been touching recently when he was counting it. Well, not all of it, but just to see if it was all there. Well, he starts to run, and I tells them to like stop Robert King from getting to his money and that. Where she's like tries to phone it in to say that Miss Moneypenny try and stop him and that, but bit too late because he gets there and that has a look at his money where his lapel pin, which you find out it's not his original one, starts to hum a bit. Where then you see in one of the security, because we have plastic notes now, but when it used to be paper notes, you had a metal strip inside the note for a security, like, so it was hard to fake the money. Well, anyway, one of these security strips sets on fire, which causes the fucking money to blow, which just fucking takes out like the room and that. No survivors. I think these two fucking patrol officers like survive, but probably gonna walk with a limp or something. But anyway, you see big massive hole getting blown in the side of the wall where the money was in, the room that the money was in. Well, Bond, luckily enough, didn't get there. Well, luckily enough for him, he didn't get there before it exploded because he couldn't get it through. Like security doors were still there, so that saved him and that with the blast. But then he goes in the room though, checks out to see what's happening, sees like a boat, and then on the boat you see it's Cigar Girl, and she's got like a fucking automatic machine gun of some kind. I don't know exactly what make or model it is, but whatever it is, she starts shooting like shit. Well, although you do see the infrared sort of laser sight pin on Bond. Well, luckily enough, Bond notices it, fucking dives for cover, because then she starts shooting like shit, and that just fucking takes out fucking loads of fucking concrete sort of fucking rubble and that. Well, she's shooting like fucking that like Bond. He sort of like ain't going nowhere near it. He sort of like could see a lot of fucking bullets flying, so he rushes out, sort of like back out of the room, where then she sort of sets off away from the MR6 building, where then you see Bond rushing through, getting into the Q sort of base, where he jumps into this speedboat, where Q runs after him, telling him to wait because it's not finished, it's just a prototype. Well, Bond don't care because he just sets off and he's jets out. Now, I'm sure like MR6 don't have this sort of facility going. Even back in the 90s, late 90s, when this was like filmed, but it's a Bond film. So in the Bond film, Bond just gets like flying out of this fucking escape hatch sort of fucking hole. That yeah, he lands and that sets off, catches up to her because he's using like boosters, like you see, and that. Well, she smashes into like the side of this sort of like cafe, um, sort of marina cafe thing. Well, Bond's still chasing her, but she takes a sharp right where Bond goes past her in that. Well, Bond then gets to does a like 360, then goes down this sort of like passageway where he comes to the end of it, sort of thing, takes a left, and then he sees Cigar Girl with a machine gun shooting the shit where she like hits the side and that, but it must be bulletproofed. And he's doing a zigzagging motion. In the chat. Yeah, Milton saying something about exploding money. Oh yeah, facts. That is something to do with Bond. So yeah. Uh, uh, oh yeah, Milton's getting on his Bond incense. What do you think James Bond would do with incense? What do you think it would be? Cough, Coffin burner as well. Yeah. I reckon the smell would be fucking vodka martini and wet pussy. But yeah, exploding money. Milton loves it. Exploding money. I love it. Back in your day, they had real money, not like my day. Name of this fancy non-exploding money. You had real exploding money, and it was paper. Yeah, yeah. Well, you find out how maybe that's why they stopped having paper money and they're doing plastic money in the UK now, because people might have thought, oh yeah, we can do exploding money. Yeah. But anyway, Bond, he's like swerving and that, so he gets to like where she knows it's coming straight at her, so she like ducks down and that gets like cover because Bond, and this was a good stunt, this, because like I remember when they did this sort of thing, and there was like I think showing it on the news or whatever, being like, oh yeah, this happened today in that Bond film, and where the speedboat like does a ramp up. I don't know exactly how it ramps up. It must be like got some kind of booster thing, but it ramps up, smashes the like gun and or the machine gun and rifle. It looked like a 50 caliber and all machine gun and all. But smashes it, then does a sort of like somersault, which is, this stunt was good. This like a corkscrew somersault, lands it, burns off sort of thing, where she gets up back on the steering wheel and like sets off again. She's like not waiting around. Well, Bond sort of like does another like 360 sort of thing, and whilst he did that, she's off, so he's burning up to her. Well, then she pulls out like grenade launcher, where she's like firing these. Well, she does do, but she like fires them sort of like at Bond, where like mortars and that, and it just misses him. And then she fires one and it blows up her ship that like she's going past. Then gets to like this bridge and it's closing and that, but she gets through it. Just manage it. Well, when Bond gets there, it's closed. So he fucking. I'm not because like I'm not exactly sure on how fucking speedboat controls work. Apart from like you have the motor, but on this one it's got like 3 dials, so it's got like a dive uh, ability on it. Where Bond slams it on, it goes underwater sort of thing, and there's a bit of a do moment where he does his tie underwater, then like re-emerges like past the like barriers, and comes up and that. Well, then she goes smashing through this boat that causes like it to explode, and then for the oil barrels next to it to explode, or there could be petrol, but oil or petrol, whatever it is, they explode and that. Well, Bond can't get through because it's all like cordoned off now, sort of thing. So he looks at his sort of like GPS system that reroutes him sort of like route across sort of like London, because this is happening on the Thames, all this. Well, he goes for it and that, and like this is a bit of a comedy moment where like people like this because at the time there was a lot of cars getting wheel clamped and that by traffic wardens, so Bond and like and this obviously I don't think it was Pierce Brosnan doing this stunt, but he is sort of like driving this speedboat in most of the scenes, but in this scene I don't think they'll let Pierce Brosnan, because he takes this corner sort of like so fast that these fucking traffic wardens, whilst they're like trying to clamp a car, just get drenched. And it was one of them where you hit the corner right and that, fine, everything's hunky dory, it's take good, but if he messed up that corner at that speed, it was definitely going to smash the boat up. Could have probably killed himself. So I don't think they'll let Pierce Brosnan do that one. But yeah, And I don't think they let Pierce Brosnan do this one either, because fucking it like hits like this sort of like channel channel fucking sort of thing where it is to let the water duck flow sort of thing, and so but because he's going up it the wrong way, he has to hit it like a ramp where fucking and this ain't fucking CGI'd. This is when a time when it was like, right, well, we're gonna do a real big scene with this, so we might as well spend some money on a boat and get the stunt drivers to do it. It's gonna be cheaper than CGI, because in them days it costs loads to do a little bit of CGI, where nowadays you can do quite a bit of CGI and it don't cost loads. So sometimes stunts are a lot dearer to do practical nowadays, but in them days they weren't. So got some stunt on it and good stunts and that. Because like then he gets to where fucking he goes into like this little like boating hut where they got like little boats and canoes and that. Well, I'll tell you something. If there was anybody in there, because like luckily enough, it's a Bond film, so they're not gonna show fucking Bond killing innocent folk. So it's an empty fucking path. But if there was anyone in there, because he goes through it, he smashes through the other side, they'd be dead. And fucking this stunt though, and this is real. Like I don't know if the fucking got the boat to like do an Evil Knievel, get some speed up and hit a ramp, or they just got it on a crane or something and then just pulled it. But whichever way they did it, it flies across onto the concrete. Well, I think it does look like it's someone who, or maybe like a bit of both, whereas it's on a crane ramp and hits at speed, and maybe he was just there to give it that. But anyway, real good stunt. This, honestly, whoever did this stunt, it was like Evil Knievel, sort of like you land it, you're hunky dory, you get in a round of applause, and probably a shag. But you fuck it up, and you're probably in like crutches or in a cast or whatever. But Bond, he lands it, and then with his turbo boosters, sort of like fucking starts cruising down the streets where the cops start chasing him. But he goes through this fucking like restaurant and that. As I say, no one gets killed. But luckily enough, no one was standing in front of there. Like, then people get a bit of glass shattered into their face. But luckily enough, there isn't anyone in the table right in front of the sort of door, because he goes straight through and that, and gets onto the other side, sort of thing, where he lands and that. Great fucking scene and that. Then he like sees Cigar Girl like coming towards him because he's took a right good shortcut, and now he's got in front of her. Well, oh, actually, let's see this chap. Alright. Captain. And Milton Knowles says, oil burns, not explode. I'm going to have to say that it was probably petrol, just so it makes sense. Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah. And Darius says it's always better to do it practical versus CGI whenever possible. Yeah, yeah. But the thing with the Bond films is they're so fucking crazy. Some of the stunts, and in this, they use a bit of CGI because there was some scenes where it was like, oh yeah, no, it would be too dangerous. But yeah, in Bond films, is some craze where they need to start writing it where they have been doing it in Daniel Craig, where it's dangerous but not too dangerous. They can't do it practical. Yeah, and Captain Cockney Spock with the popcorn. Yeah, man. Yeah, 3 shagger, Captain. It's a 3 shagger. And fucking 2 of them are like fucking like really fit, and the third one's all right, you know. But well, the third one is Darius says, all right, Captain Spock. The third one is fucking half decent, but compared to a Bond girl, you know. But anyway, yeah. So Bond, he gets to where he's facing off at her in that. They're going like head to head. She's probably thinking she's got the advantage with having a bigger boat. But then Bond, he preps up the torpedoes. Where then he fires them off. And they start to like fucking seek towards her. Where she sees them and that. And she's like, fuck that. Takes a fucking really sharp fucking right. Where the screenshot, it looks like she's exploded. That's how fucking much of a sharp right she was taking. Well, she gets to the shore, sort of thing, and as she gets there, she runs off onto like the railings, jumps over before the boat explodes. Which this is pretty good, sort of like stunt woman work, because it is one of them where if she didn't get her footing right on that rail, like. She's not killing herself, but she's definitely could break a leg or two. So she has to get the timing right where, yeah. And then it explodes and that. Well, she runs onto the balloon, jumps in and that, gets out a gun, tells them sort of like, fuck off sort of thing. She says it real politely. She says, hey, get away. But yeah, the fuck off because she's got a gun. Well, she starts to set off and that because she's got them to to untie her sort of thing. I forget the proper word for it. Anchored, sort of unanchor her sort of thing. Well, Bond fucking bends up, fucking hits the sort of like back of her boat, which she uses as a ramp to fly over. And like, yeah, you can clearly tell that in that in Pierce Brosnan and that. It's a stunt dude, but fucking great stunt. Because he jumps off and catches the sort of like motor rope sort of thing. Well, she like tries to shoot at him. Pretty shit aim. I don't know exactly. I think she must have like stormtrooper aim because she fucking didn't shoot shit. But anyway, Bond says to her like, "Oh no." They like see here. They're like police patrol cop choppers sort of thing. Well, Bond says, "Oh yeah, I can like protect you in that. Just tell me who sent you in that." Well, she's like, "No, you can't protect me. Um, you can't protect me from him." Where then she shoots the like um, plutonium gas, because that's what hot air balloons use. Canisters, where obviously, if anyone knows about fucking gas canisters being shot at, well, Bond does, because he fucking lets go and fucking starts to like descend quickly down onto the roof of the O2 arena, because the fucking balloon just fucking blows like it would do. Bond like lands sort of like with his rope sort of thing, which like probably helped his fucking fall and that, but he's rolling down and that. Luckily enough, it's a big roof and that, so he's got time to catch some of the rope, well, the steel cables ropes that like hold up the fucking structure and that. Well, then it goes into the fucking intro theme show music. Well, although you see Bond are like pretty fucked up, like, oh fuck, don't want to be doing that often. Then it goes into the world is not enough, and as you can see here, the world is not round enough, because it's the aspect ratio that when I was taking the screenshots it was in. But I thought I can get the full screen now in, and it's just the aspect ratio is school width, but unless you're seeing circles, you don't really notice much. In fact, there's some films that they do the aspect ratio like this, so actors' faces look thinner. But oh yeah, and I'll say something. There's a lot of fucking like psychedelic sort of beds, like women dancing around, where they had it computerized, but they probably spent loads on the fucking intro with all the like special effects and that. Like they could have spent it on stunts and that, but pretty trippy and that. Well, anyway, then you see like oh, like Piper sort of playing the bagpipes, and it pans down sort of thing, and it's like a funeral of Sir Kingsley's no Sir Kingsley Sir Robert King's funeral and that, where you see this woman talking, and she's like getting consoled by her friends and sort of like associates or whatever. Well, then she sees M and goes over, and like they have a little hug. Well, what's his name? Richardson, I think. Uh, he's one of them characters that in it much. So saying his name. He's like Richards or something. But anyway, he says like, "Oh yeah, who's that?" And Bond's like, "Oh yeah, that's Electra, Sir Robert Kingsley's daughter in that." Well, then they're at the sort of like MR6 sort of like meeting sort of thing, where the dude, Tanner, he starts to go into how the money was dipped in urea or something like that, which apparently is a fertilizer bomb. So it's some highly explosive liquid because it was dipped in it. So, and one of the notes with its anti-counterfeit strip was replaced with a magnesium one that acted like a detonator, where you saw it like flame up and that. And with Robert King's lapel pin had a like radio transmitter in. Nobody shows it. No, well he shows it, but well anyway, he says, "Oh yeah, this radio transmitter, like acted like a detonator for the magnesium strip to trigger it off the blast of the notes and that." Well, it's suspected that there's an inside there that like replaced the lapel pin. Let's see. Oh. That Captain Company says, "Alright, Darius and Captain 3 shagger getting, yeah, it's a 3 shagger. The first shag's coming up in about a minute or two." And Captain says, "In Daniel Craig neither." No, fuck, honestly. I've got the next film is Die Another Day by Pierce Brosnan. Then that's his last Bond film, where then it's the Daniel Craig ones. And Casino Royale ain't too bad, and the one Quantum of Solace ain't too bad, but when it comes to Skyfall and fucking, you know, like, oh. And luckily enough, as you said, you call it Captain Cockney nicely, the last one, No Time to Shag. Luckily enough, I've already reviewed that, so fucking, I don't have to do that. Thank fuck. If that film was any good, I would have got it on like DVD and done a fucking, or like I'd have got it on DVD for when I do it, or for when I've like done the last sort of Daniel Craig film, Bond film. But it's not good, so I'm not gonna go out and buy it. Fuck that. I wait till it's really cheap. Even though the Daniel Craig ones are usually cheap, but yeah. Getting back to the film, what? Yeah, so because of this lapel pin, they're thinking, oh, there's got to be an insider somewhere for to extract, because like with security and that, there's no way some stranger can just walk in there and replace his lapel pin. So they know it's got to be an insider somewhere. Well, um, then they start handing out the M. She sort of like says like, oh yeah, these terrorists that like blew up sort of MR6 and say Robert King and that, they're like need to be found and brought to justice and that sort of thing, and we won't sort of like tolerate this sort of action. Well, then they start handing out the reports, sort of like uh, papers, giving them like the info on the missions and that. Well, Bond's left out, so Bond says to Tanner, "What's going on?" Really nasty. It's like, Tanner, what the fuck's going on? Well, I didn't say fuck. Well, anyway, Tanner's like, oh, M's fucking called you off until you get fucking um checks out and that with your shoulder, because he fucked up his shoulder when he fell from the balloon and that. It could have been when he fucking rolled down and had to grab onto that wire and that he could have dislocated his shoulder, but he's got a fracture or something on his shoulder. But anyway, Tanner's like, oh yeah, M's not having you on any missions until you get the okay. So here's where Shag number one comes in. Because he goes to the doctor, female doctor, luckily enough. Well, he says to her, like, oh yeah, I need to, like, get out and that, so give me a pass. Well, his medical and that, with the doctor says she's he's got a disconnected collarbone and that, but Bond's like, oh, that's fuck all, like, just give me the okay and I'll give you a shag. So she does. And so he's like, yeah, and she wants calling though this time, so he shagged her before, but he's giving her another one. Well, anyway, after he's shagged her, Bond goes to Q, where he sees like a Pied Piper, or not a Pied Piper, bagpipe player. He's a bagpipe player. Oh fucking! Then his bagpipes turn into a machine gun, where he shoots the shit out of this dummy and that. Bond says, "Oh yeah, we all gotta pay the piper," sort of line. Where Q says, "Pipe down," and then he's pissed off with Bond because he fucked up his speedboat when he did that jump, because it landed and you heard like a crashing sound, and see like it scraped a fuck and that sort of thing. Well, anyway, then this snooker table starts to like open up and that, where Q's like, oh yeah, I want to show you my sort of like replacement that I'm sort of grooming to be. Not is grooming him to be his replacement, not grooming him sexually. Because turns out it's fucking John Cleese, which I fucking forgot to mention in the thing. But yeah, John Cleese is R, and that. Where he's got his lab coat sort of like caught in the door, where he sort of like gets pulled sort of thing, and then Bond has to come in and sort of like open it. That says like, oh yeah, you need to learn how to use a door or whatever. And then I was like, oh, ha, funny Bond and that. He says, oh, that must be the James Bond wit, because you don't even know who he is. He's like, who's this? And Q's like, it's James Bond, and that. Well, anyway, Q says to R, oh look, stop sort of fucking around and put the jacket on, sort of thing. Well, anyway, R puts the jacket on, where he starts to like show Bond the jacket and that, but Q just like, oh, hurry up, sort of thing, and like pulls a like lever where you see this sort of like padding air sort of balloon sort of thing that like it's a bit like an airbed but shapes in a sort of like balloon that like covers him up, sort of thing, where he falls over and that. Bit of a joke. And then Q says to Bond, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be sort of leaving, but Bond's like, not leaving too soon. He's like, oh, well, Bond, I've taught you to stay out of trouble, sort of thing, and I've taught you one thing to stay out of trouble or stay sort of like fucking on the job and that. And then the second thing is like, oh, and I've taught you how to always make an exit, where then he starts to like um get lowered down from into like a room where he disappears. Like Bond like goes and looks at the computers and that, where he's looking at Electra's kidnapping sort of articles and that, where they say, oh yeah, she escaped by shooting two guards and that, and like sees like the ransom and that sort of thing, where he then sees the statement of the money that he retrieved from Robert Kingsley, Robert King at the beginning of the film from the Swiss banker, because he had the statement for the money that he sees it's like 3,033 and that. They converts to like 3,030,303 pounds and 3 pence into dollars, where it comes up to $5 million. Well then, he tries to access more information on who the kidnappers was, but access is denied. Where Bond, he sort of like sees M in that in talking to the like MI6 agents, where fucking Bond going and starts asking why she's blocked the access to Electra's kidnapping files, and he knows it's only her 'cause she's the only one that's got the power to do that. Where he calls her out on it, where she sort of like tells everyone like, oh yeah, um, if you don't mind, to leave whilst I talk to Bond. So they all go, and then she like tells Bond like about how she fucking was involved in helping Electra's dad, Robert King, helping him get back, and she told him not to negotiate with the terrorists, and it will sort of like buy her a bit more time so she can get her team to find out who the terrorists are, because once you pay them off, the fucking will just fuck off. And so she wanted not to pay the ransom, so they'd rather have to fuck off, or they'd stay around longer to give them more time for a bit of a ransom negotiation sort of deal. Well, Bond, he like gives her the fucking statement with the money and that, and he says like the terrorist is back because he's worked out that fucking the money that was gonna get paid was like made into a bomb. And he's like, oh right, well it was the same amount that, because I think they paid it in the end. So it was the same amount of money that Sir Robert paid the terrorists that he got back that fucking blew him up. Well, then M's like, right, okay then, well there's the fucking information that was denied. See the chat? Yeah. Well, Bond, he's like, oh yeah, it, well, he's like, oh yeah, it's Renard, is called, and M says she sent like 009 to kill him, but he like shot him in the head, but it didn't kill him in that, and then 009 got killed because he got like for the report things he had, because she got 009 to like try and kill him and get the reports and that, but he didn't kill him. And he got the reports, but when he got the reports took off him. So 009 was pretty much of a fuck up on this mission, but he's dead. Well, anyway, Bond sort of like sticks his finger in the hole of the bullet, which is tempting because it's like a CG, a 3D hologram, like probably at the time they had to like pretend it was there, and it's put in post production sort of thing. But the nurse comes in, or the doctor, shall I say, oh Bond shagged and that, and starts to like tell him about, oh yeah, a bullet sort of like is moving through his oblongata, she says. Now that's technical and that. So, boy, it just means some kind of fucking path through his head, sort of thing, through his brain, and it's killing off his senses. And like the bullet will kill him, but he gets stronger every day because he doesn't feel pain or tiredness or anything. But then he don't feel taste or anything. Well, she says like, but it sooner or later it'll finally hit his brain and fucking kill him. But until it gets there. Well, anyway, then Bond gets the okay from the doctor and that, where fucking Miss Moneypenny brings the report in. Says like he's got good stamina and that. Well then, oh, well yeah. Well then, because he's got the okay, M wants Bond to go see Electra and to warn her that like her life could be in danger, and to protect her and find out who switched the pin. Who's the fucking insider? Well, then it goes to Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan, where you see Bond in his fucking BMW going through sort of like roads and that, and he sees like this helicopter with these blade things, which are real machinery, because you see what they use for for like cutting, like trimming sides of trees so you can clear a path and that. Well, Bond sees this and that. Well, then Bond drives up to where there's the construction going on with the pipelines, where Davido, who's like the head security dude, he tells Bond like he can't stay there and that, he has to fuck off, sort of thing, because Bond's parked up and that. Well, Bond says like, I've come here to see Electra and that. Like fucking, so show me where she is and that. Well, he says like, oh she's not here, sort of thing. But then you see like an helicopter sort of like come in and it lands, where like there's loads of people and that petitioning because they've been having trouble with the locals and that. And Electric comes out and that, and she goes and talks to the like head sort of priest sort of dude who goes into the temple, and he's like telling her like, oh yeah, it's a sacred place, this and that, and you can't build your pipeline sort of through it and that. Well, she agrees and says okay then, and like Bond sort of like sees this sort of thing. Well, the dude comes out and he like tells the people, oh yeah, the little holy sort of fucking temple place, little church sort of thing is saved and that, where they all start cheering and that because they're buzzing. Well, then the foreman says to a electric, well, if we move the pipeline around here, it's going to cost us more. And your dad said he wanted to build the pipeline through it and he didn't care. Well, she's all like, well, I'm not my dad sort of thing, so fucking build round it and like, don't matter how much it costs. Well, Bond like is seeing this and that sort of shit, and then Electric comes up to Bond and that. Um, and like, yeah, Dad, he told her not to come, but she came anyway. And Electra asked Bond sort of thing, um, like who he is and that, and he like, tells her and that, and she like tells him like she like loves this sort of area and that she's part of the people, and like they have a little talk and that. um, yeah, and Bond Bond like tells her, oh yeah, fucking like sorry about your dad and that shit, and fucking people are after you sort of thing, so you need to be careful and that. Well, she ain't really too bothered and that. She says like she's gonna do what she wants to do sort of thing. Like you see like pipeline and that getting built. It gonna be moved around. Well, Bond says, "Oh yeah, fucking like fucking you need to like be protected and that sort of thing." Well, she asks him if he's ever like lost anyone sort of thing, but Bond just says like M sent it him to warn her, and Electra like says, "Oh yeah, she wants to show him some." Where they go into like this sort of fucking like trailer, but it's like a really fucking kitted out expensive trailer that they have like in F1 sort of places. But anyway, it's got big screens in and all this shit. And for like late nights, it's like fucking kitted out to fuck. Well, she shows him the pipeline that she's building, and she says like there's three other Russian pipelines that are like in um, competing with her, but she's building hers that goes sort of like through Turkey and that, where the Russian ones don't. But they still all like come from as a Azerbaijan sort of place, so they're in competitive that way sort of thing. Well, Bond shows her the like lapel pin, and like says, "Oh yeah, she might be in danger in that," but Electra sort of like brushes it off, says she doesn't need his help in that, and he like can go sort of thing, and she doesn't like trust the British sort of agents because they let her down three times. Like she's saying, like one with her dad, one with her, and I think one with yeah, oh, I can't remember the other one, but I should have written. But this is the thing with Bond film. She don't say the three reasons, but I know two of them is because of her not getting saved, and that when she was kidnapped, and then one with the dad getting blown up. And I think one could be like with like the company sort of getting fucked up with the pipelines or something. But anyway, Bond's like, all right, sort of thing. If you want me to go, sort of like you don't need me help, I'll leave. But see the chat. Yeah. Darius says the money is the bomb. Yeah, yeah. That's like plot line of this film is the blow up fucking MR6 just to kill say Robert. Well, anyway, see where I am. Oh yeah. Well, Bond, he ain't taking no for an answer. He grabs these skis that are on the like fucking jeep and that, and he's like, "All right, well, I'll come and help you fucking check out the pipelines and that." Seems you're going on a pipeline check because she's like, "Oh yeah, you if you want to come then, well, all right then." Because I can see you don't take no for an answer. So she's all like, "Can you ski and that?" Well, obviously she hadn't seen fucking any of the Bond films because she'd obviously know that. Yeah, of course Bond can ski, but Bond's like, "Oh yeah, yeah." So anyway, you see him in the helicopter and that flying towards this pipeline. Well, it's underground anyway, but just gonna be skiing there just to check if it's all right and that. Where Bond's all like, "Oh yeah, okay, I'm I'm all right." ready to go and that, and she's like, oh yeah, good. So they get well, they can't land because it's too windy. So she jumps out in that, like lands sort of like on the snow, so like skis off. Then Bond he jumps out, lands on like the snow sort of ramp, skis off. Then they go skiing. Well, they get to where they can see where the pipelines join and that, where it's got sort of like little markings and that, but it's all like under the snow. So it's underground, but or if it isn't underground, it's where they're like gonna be setting to build it. But anyway, either way, they're like checking it out. Well, then they hear like a motor noise where they look up and that, and they see these parahawks, they're called, where they start flying in and that, and they get out like fucking semi-automatics or fully automatics, depending on what they're wanting it and that, and the flying and that. Well, Bond tells her to get to the like ridge sort of thing, and he'll go in the trees or the canyon. Get to the canyon sort of thing. I think. Oh, the gully. No, that was it. The gully. Head for the gully, and he'll lead him into the trees. Well, start to chase Bond. Now this is a good fucking action scene here. This is where fucking this Bond film did somewhat different. It was one of them where you 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 see car chases, you've seen like bike chases, and you've seen like train fucking chases, even though you can't really chase them. But this though, it was like somewhat like, oh yeah, fucking hell, what is this shit? Which in the 90s and that, there was some crazy shit that was getting sort of like done by sort of like people who was like, oh yeah, this looks good. Extreme sport sort of shit. So they'd bring it into Bond films and that. Let's have a look at the chat. Yeah, well, start to like chase Bond and that. Start to like drop grenades, hand grenades and that. Where this bit, yeah, fucking the stunt dude here. It was one of them where he fucking proper like was hoping they didn't set that off too early. But yeah, he fucking does like a right good sort of like jump in that, where you see Pierce Brosnan sort of fucking close up and that, sort of like doing a bit of fucking skiing sort of shit. Well then you see Electra, who gets to a place where she like sees some crazy shit going on. She's like goes down the safe room, gets away. Like fuck that. I'll leave Bond to sort that shit out. Well, yeah, the fucking catching up to Bond and then start shooting fucking and that. Giving it loads of fucking like automatic action and that. Where Bond gets into the like foresty sort of bit where there's a bit of a path going. So, well, these Parahawks, like, one of them thinks he's fucking good enough to fly through the trees, but he fucks up and he ain't because he gets like tangled up in one and goes into the side. Well, then there's like three more sort of like chasing him and that. It's a fucking great action scene. This great action scene. Loads of fucking shooting and fucking explosions and that. Oh yeah, well they start to land and all, and they get rid of the parachute, and so now they're like fucking speed, snow speeders. Where like the chasing Bond, but Bond takes a sharp right and that, where they like sort of following him and that, shooting at him, but Bond skiing. Done a little bit of zigzagging, but one of them where it's hard to shoot someone and drive a snow speeder at the same time. Well, one of them is still like flying with his parachute thing, but he thinks it'd be a good idea to start dropping hand grenades. Well, he drops one, but it fucks up his mate, sort of thing, because it blows near his mate, where his mate takes a sharp right or whatever, and then smashes into a fucking side of a ice sort of wall, blows up and that. Well, Bond comes to the edge of this sort of canyon or whatever. Like, he takes a really breaking sort of slide that, like, he manages to stop himself, but the Parahawk flies off the edge, and then Bond, he's buzzing because he thinks, oh yeah, there's another one down, and he says, oh yeah, see you at the lodge. Well, the parachute sort of like gets sort of done, an extra parachute. Well, then Bond, he sees this and he's like, oh shit. So he skis off and that, and like, this is some nice skiing and that sort of shit. Now, a bit dangerous here because he could fuck himself up, but then he sees like the Parahawk coming at him, where he sort of like skis at the side sort of thing, and then skis off the cliff, and as he's coming down with the ski pole, he fucking rips a hole, and it's a big fucking hole that he rips in it, and then he like sort of lands down on like a ramp sort of thing, snow ramp. Well, the hole makes the Parahawk sort of go out of control, where Bond sort of like rolling down the hill, and then the paraglider flies into the other the Parahawk flies into the other Parahawk, where they get tangled up and explode, which is a big explosion that blows the ice and makes it collapse. That Bond and Elektra fall down, but then Bond gets his jacket sort of safety ball inflator out, and it sort of like wraps around them both, where then like the snow impact sort of like collapses even more, that it like covers the ball thing. Well, Elektra starts to like panic and that, but Bond's like, it's okay, sort of shit, because it's real dark. But he turns on his watch light that gives them light. Then Bond, this is where shredding sheets, sort of slashing sheets and that come involved, where Bond like gets a knife out of the coat, cuts the inflatable sort of ball thing, then like punctures an hole into the snow, gets Elektra, tells her to like calm down and that, says like he's there sort of thing, everything's alright. Well, then they like climb out and that, and you see like where an avalanche has like taken place and that. Well, then they're back at Baku, where it's Elektra's place, where the doctor comes down and he says, "Oh yeah, she wants to see you." Where Davido thinks he's talking to him, but he's like, no, Bond she wants to see. So then Bond, he's sort of like, oh, okay then, I'll go up. Where he sees Elektra in that, and she's all like, she wants to know who's after her and that. And she wants Bond to stay with her, but Bond's like, oh no, I can't, sort of thing, but I'll be back. Well, she's like, oh yeah, you sure you don't want to stay in that? Okay. And she's going to give him a shag. Oh, she's going to let him shag her. But Bond's like, oh no, I really do have to go. So he leaves. Where a bodyguard, Gabba, looks like he's really jealous. Like, oh, you bastard. You could have had some electric pussy. Well, then you see is at a casino place where Bond goes in and that, and he puts on his shades, right, takes them off, puts them on, takes them off, puts them on. Now he just puts them on, where he can see through people's clothes and that, where he checks out the bodyguard and sees he's got guns and that, checks out these two beds who he can see they got guns and one's got a fuck off knife and that. So he knows, oh yeah, they're pretty fucking armed and that. Well, then he goes up to the bar and that, and he orders a vodka martini, and he tells the like security dude, "Oh yeah, I want to see Valentino, who is the Russian Robbie Cut." Yeah, Robbie Coltrane, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, and that looks like air from the new Bond film, No Time to Die, and all. But I don't know if it is or not. I don't think it is. So. But anyway, this dude, he's like, "Oh no, you can't see um, Valentino," sort of thing. Fuck off. And he gets up in Bond's face where he's all like, "Did you hear me? I told you you can't see him. Now fuck off," sort of thing. Well, Bond, he grabs his tie, wraps it round his neck, grabs his sort of like um, well, it's it's more of a knife than a dagger, but yeah, his knife, dagger knife sort of thing. Well, he pulls it out anyway, slams it through the fucking tie and that into the sort of table top of the bar and like pins him and that, kicks his legs so it chokes him more. Then he grabs his gun, gives it to the bartender, gets his vodka martini, drinks it, and then um, Bullion says, "Oh yeah, Valentino will see you," sort of thing. Well, Bond sort of like puts the drink down and that, goes up to Bullion, gets his gun, bangs it in his back, and says, "After you," sort of thing. Well, Bullion, he's sort of like walking into Valentine's sort of like head his main office and that, where Bond like follows, and like you can see two women sat on a table where they're like giggling sort of thing. Then you see Valentino where he's like, Bond sort of thing, and he's like, "Oh yeah, meet Sherry and Cherry or whatever." I forget what the names are, but he's like, "Get rid of the women and that." And I was like, "Serious?" And then like puts a gun to Bullion's sort of chest and that. He's like, "Yeah." Well, they leave, and then Bullion pays them and that, and then he says, "Oh yeah, um, we'll meet again," sort of Mr. Bond, sort of like fucking have a nice day. Well, anyway, Bond throws a like scarf thing that he'd got up one of these Parahawks, and sees like it's got the atomic anti-terrorist unit sort of fucking symbol that Valentine knows and that. Well, when Valentine, you know, you're talking to Bond and that, and he's sort of tells him like Renard, he is behind all this sort of stuff where Valentine's a bit like, all right, well, yes, it could be, might be, I don't know, sort of thing. Well, then he like says, oh yeah, they're gonna try and they're after a lecture and that. Well, Valentine laughs and she's like, oh well, she ain't really bothered because she's out, sort of thing. Well, then Bond, he sort of like goes and starts talking to her, and he's like, you should go home and that sort of thing. But she's like, oh no, I'm fucking gonna be showing everyone like fucking I'm not afraid and that, and I'll try and find out who fucking is trying to kill me. Well, then Valentine, he's all like, oh yeah, Miss King, because he don't call her Electra, he calls her by her thingy name and that. It's like, oh, glad you're here and that. Your dad had like a fucking um, tab sort of thing. So if you want any credit, like up to 1 million, yeah, you're more than welcome. Let's see the chat. Daria says extreme shagging. Oh yeah, Bond does it all the time. Oh yeah. Well, anyway, she's like, oh, okay then, yeah, let's do a bit of gambling. So Valentine's like, all right, we can go in our own private room, sort of thing. You know, just in case you didn't want to mingle with the crowd. Seems you own like a pipeline and that. Well, anyway, she's like, oh, let's just cut the shit, sort of thing. I want to bet £1 million on the highest card. So she pulls out a queen of hearts and that, where Valentine pulls out the ace of clubs, where he wins the $1 million. Well, Bond, he's all like, oh yeah, um, a bit crazy and that sort of thing, but your money. And she's like, oh yeah, you're really trying to protect me and that sort of thing. And then Bond's like, oh yeah, like, I want to take you home to protect you. Well, anyway, it comes to fucking a bit where you see um, Davor and this other dude, old Mr. Arkoff, Arkoff, who's like the person who fucking got all them Parahawk, but he didn't supply the men. He just supplied the equipment, where Davos supplied the men. But anyway, you see, oh, what's his fucking name? Renard, that's it. Yeah, you see Renard come out. That's talking about this place being the devil's breath and that, and about how monks would fucking come and hold these hot rocks to show the dedication and that. Well, then he starts to fucking give Davos loads of shit, saying, "Look, what the fuck happened? You were supposed to kill Bond. We supplied them fucking Terror, them Parahawk fucking vehicles and machine guns and everything, and your men was shit. They got killed. You're a fuck up." Well, he says he's sorry in that, but and then he says to like Mr. Arkoff and that, like, why ain't Bond dead and that shit? Well, he says like, oh yeah, well, he supplied the equipment. Fucking Dara fucking fucks it up. Well, um, Renard, he's like, oh yeah, you're right. It's fucking all Davor's fault, isn't it? So he gets a rock that's real hot, and because like he can't feel any pain and that, he like says, "Oh, hold this for me, Davos," and like slams it in his hand, where he starts to fucking feel the pain and that, and he starts to beg for mercy a bit, but then as uh, Renard, he's like, "Oh no, fuck it, kill him." Where the security dude kills fucking or shoots Arkoff, where he sort of like fucking falls down and that. Oh. Well, anyway, Renard, he says that fucking Arkoff failed the loyalty test, even though Arkoff was in the right, but because he was willing to fucking put all the blame onto Davos, he fucking or Davdor or Davidor, he didn't like that shit, so he shot Arkoff. Now, Arkoff was supposed to do this mission that now Davidor's got to do it, and so Renard tells Davidor to fucking take over the responsibilities of Arkoff now, and he's in charge, and he don't want any slip ups. Well, then it's back to where Bond shagging, or just been shagging Electra, and that. Uh, he gets in again. Where this is a bit where you see a tit if you pause it right, just as he gets her arm, sort of thing. Well, the talking and that. Yeah, it's his second shag. Yeah, that's his second shag with and that. So And then he starts talking, and he like says, "Oh yeah, fucking must have been hard and all this shit." She's all like, "Oh yeah," but that's just the, one of the guards and that, and um, oh, I forget what she says, but she says some. Oh, I should have written it down, should I? um, but she's like talking about surviving and that, and she says some that Bond's like, "Oh right, yeah, good little saying," and then shags her again. Well, he shagged her so much, she like fell asleep in that, and then he sort of like fucks off, goes around snooping at the fucking um, trailer, sort of like office sort of thing, where he sees some like guards and that, but he keeps out of cover and that. Then they fuck off sort of thing, and he gets out a credit card that reveals that it's a fucking pick lock, where he picks the lock and that to get in, where he gets in to this trailer office sort of thing, and starts to have a look around and that, but don't really see anything around. Well, then Davos, he's come back from the Devil's Breath sort of thing, where you can see he's patched up his hand, got a little bandage on, probably got third degree burns or whatever. Well, Bond hears him sort of like and sees him, because when he gets in there, Bond's opened a window and just fucked off out of the window. You could see like the blind things a bit loose and that, but that was it. He don't know. He just thinks someone else has been in and left the window, cracked the window open. But anyway, Bond goes to the back of his car sort of thing to get into a bit of cover and that, where he noticed in the back of the car there's something wrapped in a rucksack or whatever. Well, checks it out and he sees it's Ashcroft, Ackcroft, where he then, whilst he's looking, notice like a flash, go like, and so he looks up and he sees fucking Davos taking a Polaroid of his face so he can change it onto the security card of fucking AFCOP that he was going to use. Well, when he's done this, he comes out and gets into his car, like drives off, sort of thing. Gets to like this air base where they've set up a flight and that. Well, he gets out and gets to where he thinks Arkoff's body is, but it's Bond, where Bond just boots him in his face. Then he goes for his gun, so Bond just fucking shoots him dead. Then gets his sort of like security card thing that he's gonna use. Then dumps his body in a dumpster sort of thing. And then a guard comes up and says, "Where's um, Davos?" Um, where Bond says, "Oh yeah, um, he had to like do some um, extra work." Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, he got buried down with extra work or whatever." Well, then the dude's like, "All right then, well get your stuff and that." So Bond gets like a briefcase and a bag where he goes to the aeroplane and that, where the pilot dude asks him if he's got the stuff and that, where it's some trainers in the bag for some reason. I think it was one of them 90s things where trainers were expensive and that, and Russians couldn't really get them that easy. So, but anyway, he's got some trainers and that, and then the guard comes out, tells Bond who he thinks is like Davos' replacement to fucking suit up and that. So he gets like up and that, goes into the toilet, sort of cuts a picture of him out of a export sort of fucking uh, card. Well, anyway, he transfers it and that onto the other um, security badge sort of thing. Then they're driving off and that, or they've landed and they're driving and they see some explosions where it's just detonators getting set off, whereas it's not a biggie unless you're right close to it. And then you see like plutonium sort of getting taken out of some bombs and that. Or um, where they're all like radiated sort of thing. Well, it's not plutonium. It's something else, I think, but it's radiated anyway. So the way in hazmat suits. Well, Bond gets there and that, and um, titanium, titanium is what like is radioactive, but um, well, the dude asks for his transport documents, where Bond gives him like transport documents so he can transport this um, plutonium. Well, you see him bringing out a nuke bomb and that sort of shit. Where then you see um, Christmas, Doctor Christmas, uh, sort of saying like she's done her shift sort of thing and that, and then you see her like stripping off sort of taking off a hazmat suit and that, where Bond and I forget his name, but he's sort of like the lead sort of like soldier who's in charge of security on this sort of like nuke base where it was run by Russians and that. Well, the Watcher sort of like gets into her sort of like normal civic clothes, where he tells Bond like, "Oh yeah, she's a lesbian and that. Don't bother trying." Well, you see her taking off her like hobbies and that. Real, a really good sort of like deep sort of uh, concentrating on her taking off her fucking hazmat suit. It's like, oh yeah, now we know how to take off an hazmat suit. Whoa. Well, she comes over and that asks who he is and that sort of thing, and he like tells her that he's Lakov, a Russian automatic energy of the Russian automatic energy department, and that. And then he asks her about the hazmat suits if he has to. But she says no, only tritanium is dangerous and that. And she's been doing it for 6 months, and she's been like cleaning it up, sort of thing. Uh, and she's like moving the plutonium from the tritanium, but the plutonium, I should say, the plutonium is safe, but the titanium isn't. Well, anyway, she like looks at his papers and that sort of thing, where she says, "Oh yeah, your mates are down there and that." Where he goes, and she like says, "Oh, you need to get your badge, sort of thing, your tag thing to before you can go past that point." Where he's like, "Oh yeah, thanks." So he gets his tag. Where then she says in Russian, "Oh, your English is good," and where he replies in Russian, "Oh yeah, I studied at Oxford." Well, she like looks to think, I'm not too sure on this. I'm a bit suspicious. And he goes like down, sort of thing, into like where they got like the plutonium, sort of thing, and he sees like flashing sort of sparks and that. So he goes down, sees them working on like the nuclear sort of warhead sort of thing, fucking getting like get moved and that, because like they're getting all these warheads and so and with Christmas, Doctor Christmas and the others, they're like dismantling them and that and making them safe. But Bond then is Renard telling him to like fucking move it, sort of thing, and that, and hurry up. Well, Bond sort of like waits until he gets to the bottom, like ghosts him, sort of thing, and then gets a gun in his face, like tells him, "Oh yeah, fucking what what are you wanting this nuke for and that?" what's your plan with it and that? Well, Renard, he fucking says, oh yeah, I'm already dead and that. Well, Bond's like, oh yeah, you're not dead enough for me. Well, anyway, he's not really answering him, sort of thing. So Bond, he's like, all right, oh no, yeah, he's not really answering him. And then he winds him up saying, oh yeah, he shagged Electra first, and then so Bond just smashes him with the butt of the gun uh, in his face, sort of thing. Then puts his silencer on, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, I don't really execute people in cold blood, but I'm gonna make an excuse for you." Where Reynard's a bit gutted, but he's all like, "I don't care." And then he says, um, the phrase that fucking Electra used, which I should have written down, where Bond's like, "What?" sort of thing. Well, anyway, the nuke's getting moved and that, and then the head sort of security guard of the Russian military comes in that with Christmas saying, "Oh yeah, um, Doctor oh, Lakarov is 63 and that, and fucking you're not obviously him and that." Well, the lead security dude, he's like, right, everyone stop, sort of thing, and then Bond's like, I'm not um, the one who's um, lying to you. He is. He's making this shit up. Well, they start moving the nuke and that, and then he's all like, "Stop, everyone, stop!" There's like, and just put your gun down, sort of thing. Well, Bond puts his gun down, and then you see the dude removing the tracking system card that's fucking putting a nuke so they can track it. Well, Renard, then he sort of like says, right, look, we've got to move this nuke, so we need everyone to hurry up now, sort of thing. Well, she like shows him the picture of the doctor, the person who she thought was the Karl Lakoff, but in it's fucking Arkoff, not. Oh, it could have been Lakoff, but anyway, like she's like, oh yeah, that ain't Bond and that because she got like a photocopy of him. But anyway, Bond sees the dude with the locator chip and that, where then fucking Renard is like, oh yeah, look, he acts like fucking he owns this place now because he's like, yeah, look, you let him through, you daft bastard. You're supposed to be head of security. Fucking, does that look like him, sort of thing? Well, then he starts talking to Bond and that, says like, oh yeah, does he say? Oh, I forget exactly what he says, but he says something on the lines of like, you aren't gonna stop me. And then he fucking grabs his shoulder where he's had that injury, and then like squeezes it. That like Bond's like ah. Well, they see this, the Ed Glory and Doctor Christmas and that. Well, the Ed Glory says, "Look, there's too many new faces and that. I'm not letting any of the nukes leave this place until we check everyone out." Well, Renard's like, "Oh yeah, we're fucking like do it then, you know, if you want." I've been having enough of this shit. Well, he walks past him and that, nods to his mate and that. Well, then the there was like, everyone out now, everyone out, just leave everything where it is. Well, Renard gets a machine gun, just shoots the shit out of him and that. Where Bond, he like um, disarms like the guard who's got a gun on him, knees him in his stomach and that, throws him on the floor, grabs his gun, grabs Doctor Christmas, runs into like this little sort of fucking um, well thing, but it's not a well, but it's like a well, a construction well sort of thing. Well, he starts firing and shooting at that shit. I'm taking out fucking. Well, don't think about it. He shoots one dude in his arm. That well, then Renard is like, everyone fucking out sort of thing. Come on, let's get this fucking nuke. Kill Bond and let's get his nuke. Well, the dude gets his arm shot and then he's like, ah, oh, sort of fuck that. Let's go. Well, Bond and Doctor Christmas, they're like fucking like getting in safety and that. Where one of the dudes starts to like switch all the fucking doors closed and that. Where it starts to shut and that. Where Doctor Christmas tells her like, oh yeah, the ceiling is in. Where Bond's like, oh right, here we go, bit of Bond. Where he gets out his watch, picks up a like little grapple hook, fires it. It sticks into like some a metal rod beam, where he like fucking winches himself up and that, gets onto the fucking platform, gets through the gap before it shuts, does a nice roll. Stuntman did that, like. Shoots like the dude with the tracking system card. Like, yeah, he tries to shoot, but he gets put. Well, Renard and his mate start shooting like shit at Bond, where Bond gets behind like the little trailer things, and he gets the dude, grabs the tracking system card, which I don't know why he really fucking took it, the dude, because like he could have easily like just destroyed it, but I don't know exactly what the plan they had to do with they was gonna do, but anyway, he should have destroyed it, but he took it. Probably they were going to destroy it later, but well then Dr. Goodnight, she sort of like climbs up onto the platform to get where the controls are. Bondi's pushing the sort of trailer thing. Well, Renard, he's shooting like fucking that. There's some good action there, but Bond hits him in his arm and takes out his mate who's trying to pull the fucking nuke. Well, Renard shoots his mate so he can fucking make sure there's no weaknesses, and he was holding on to the nuke, and so he needed to get rid of him. Then he starts pushing the nuke down, where Dr. Christmas, she gets some wire from the control panel and that, sees a generator that's on, and like rips like the wires out. Well, dude, he like tries to shut the other doors, where Bond pushes the trailer thing in between it, so it stops the doors from shutting. What's the point of living if you can't feel alive? Yeah, that's the phrase. Yeah. Says, what's the point of living if you can't feel alive? Yeah, so Bond knows, like, oh yeah. They're like fucking being talk. But it's just a bit suspicious that they use that same phrase. What's the point in living if you can't feel alive? Sort of thing, yeah. And Bond, he shuts the like gates and that, where fucking he gets on it and that. Starts to crush it, but it holds up a bit. Well, Dr. Goodnight, she fucking gets the wires in the generator that fucking overrides the light, or starts to like hook it up and that. Well, Renard, he's got to the fucking lift part where he's just gonna like put it in the lift and take it up to the surface. Well, Bond gets through this like little gap and that's just shooting like shit and fucking. He has to because he's like a sitting duck when he's coming out there. He needs some covering fire. Well, then he jumps onto the like side and that where that little trailer thing gets fucking chopped in half. Renard now, he's got the nuke down and he's fucking like bulling it into the lift, where he shouts to his mate, oh yeah, come on, let's go, where his mate sort of like runs back and that. Well, then you see Goodnight where she overrides the door system, where she fries it out and that. Well, Bond jumps down from the ledge and that, shoots the dude who was running to get to the lift, even though if he'd got there, it looked like it had been shut. So, well, anyway, then Bond gets to the lift, where he shoots at Renard, but it's bulletproof glass where Renard smiles and that. And then he says, "Soon we are even, Mr. Bond." And then as he's going up, you see his finger pointing downwards, which at the time, one of my friends was like, "Oh yeah, that's a right good bit," which it is pretty good. Like, shows, and his finger points to the bomb with a 5 second fuse, where it pulls the fucking trigger fucking um, pin out. Then that's good. Like she's got the doors to open, where Bond sees the doors opening, where he tells her to shut the doors, where he runs because there's only like a second left, grabs the fucking sort of chain pulley, grabs onto them, where he starts sliding down, and the bomb goes off, where it pushes Bond probably with the force, to like um, explosion force. So he goes swinging down to the fucking end, where he tells good night to fucking, I mean, good night, Christmas, Dr. Christmas, to shut the door and that. Where she does, where he gets through. This bit is like fucking pretty decent stunt and that shit, man. Where it's like, oh yeah, proper flames. Where he lands, where his back's a bit on fire, but them suits are fireproof that he's wearing. Good job he got changed. Well, then one of the barrels gets set on fire and smashes into some other barrels that explode. Where Bond puts himself, rolls on his back, puts himself out, grabs Christmas, and that's a safety sort of thing, or because it's exploding at this time. Then you see Renard and his mates escaping with a nuclear bomb, just shooting the shit out of people. Not even bothered where they're shooting, they're just taking everyone out. Well, Bond gets good night on this like crane sort of thing, where they go up like a lift, crane lift. Loads of explosions at that. Bond gets a little feel of her ass by when he's like saying, "Oh yeah, you need to go up these stairs," where they climb up the stairs and that. Then she's like, "Oh yeah, what's your name? Still don't know your name." And that he's like, "The name's Bond." And then he shoots some canisters that like make the fucking lift fly up. And James Bond. And when he gets to the top, and then they get to these sort of like little ladders, where you see it really it set up some chain reaction where it's proper turning into like a inferno. Explosions like probably get you in a back draft sort of flames and that. Where Bond and Christmas get to the top of the sort of escape hatch thing, jump out just in time for the backdraft explosion comes and explodes. Then you see the plane, where they got it in the plane and they've just took off and got out of there. And then you see some explosions in the main part where it's probably been gutted by now. the underground like nuke base. Good job there was no um, any more nukes in there. That was the last one apparently in that. But there's a lot of trigger explosions in that, so or detonators, which probably are going off in that. Well, outside and that, Christopher she says like the locator card in the nuke will track them down. Where Bond says, "Oh yeah, this locator card." It's like, oh no. Well, then it's at like MR6 headquarters where they're all looking like at where the plane could have gone, but there's loads of places where Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, and all this shit. So yeah, and then Moneypenny comes in and says like Electra's been saying Bond's disappeared, sort of thing, and the head of security was found dead. And so she comes on the screen and tells her and that sort of thing. And she's like, "Oh, M, I want you to come and help me out because it's all kicking off and I need your help." So M's like, "All right, but Tanner, he says no, it's a bad idea." But M's like, "No, I'm going anyway." Well, then Electra's in her room and that, where she has a bit of a scuffle, where she goes to investigate, and Bond's knocked out her bodyguard dude, Gabbett. Well, she's like, "Oh, what are you doing, you crazy bastard?" And she like sees if he's all right and that, and then he's like says, "Oh yeah, you and fucking Renard are working together, sort of thing. Fucking you told him about my shoulder, and you both said fucking um, without living fucking. What's the point in living without fucking? Oh, what the fuck phrase was it? What's the point in living if you can't feel alive? Yeah." He says, "Oh yeah," he said that to me, and that's what you fucking use. Uh, Darius Munchausen says, "Electra is Sophia Makayu." Yeah, yeah. I fucking watch the beginning. Have you seen the beginning bit? I go through all the cast sort of names. Yeah, you want to see her fucking in this film? Or you you see quite a bit of her, you know. But yeah, so Bond says like, "Oh yeah, you and Renard are like in cahoots with each other." Well, um, she slaps him. She says, "Oh, how dare you fucking accuse me of um, being with sort of my captor who captured me and tortured me and all this shit." And she says like, "Oh yeah, fucking like it's just a coincidence that both use that phrase, and his shoulder was like um, bandaged up at the funeral, so anyone could have fucking known that his shoulder was bad. Well, Bond's a bit like, alright, maybe I was wrong. And then she says, oh yeah, well, if you knew he was after me, sort of thing, you used me as bait. Where she didn't like that because she got used as bait in the kidnapping situation and that. And then she gets a phone call, and 10 men at the pipeline has been killed and that. And so she like wants to go, sort of thing, and tells Bond like um, that he might be needed or whatever. I think. Yeah. Whereas at the pipeline, sort of thing, and they're checking it out and that. And then she flies in and that to help. Where Electra's in there, and then she sees M, and M like smiles and that, and then M and Bond and Robinson, I think his name is, go sort of like into a room where Bond, he like tells her, "Oh yeah, fucking, they got the nuke and that," but he got the the locator and that, so you don't know. Like it's not all that important. So he's like, but keep it anyway, sort of thing. And then he says, "Oh, you shouldn't really be here," sort of thing, because he knows fucking Red Hard's still like out there and that. Well, M says she's here because of Bond, because he fucking left there. He left Electra alone and that, and she has to come and sort of like comfort Electra. Well, Bond says she is not so innocent, and he says like maybe the inside man is an inside woman, where he's referring to the pin, lapel pin that was exchanged, that set off the money bomb, where he claims to M that he thinks it's Electra who's the inside job and that who changed the pin. Well, um, M can't really believe him, sort of thing. She's like, "Oh, you say she'd kill her own father to get like the oil company and that?" And Bob's like, "Yeah," sort of thing. Well, then you see a bit of fucking commotion where the rig station at 11, the observation rig has been fucking like set off and that, where Bond comes in and he's like looking around, and then one of the control dudes says like one of the observation rigs is not shutting down, whereas it's a little machine. Well, not a little machine; it's quite a big machine. But he just goes around checking the pipeline and that, but it's not shutting down where they suspect like there's a bomb on it, and they know, yeah, if that bomb reaches the fucking end and that, where there's loads of other fucking pipelines, it'll just set up a chain reaction and blow loads of fucking, well, not loads of bomb, it'll fuck up the pipeline anyway if it's like the end of the, well, the suspect it's the nuclear bomb and all, with the nuke that's gone missing. So they're like, oh yeah, shit, we need to fucking dismantle this bomb. Because like they see that the rig's like on the radar and that, and Electrus says, "Oh yeah, it'll like if it blows and that, it'll ruin the fucking pipeline and that." Well, Bondi fucking says, "Oh yeah, there should be another rig somewhere." Where he's like asks like one of the workers and that, where it's like, "Oh yeah, it's like 100. Well, it's like 108 miles, and it's like seven. So it's traveling at 70 miles per hour. So it's gonna reach the like Crayon tenors, where it's like at the main sort of like point in like 70 minutes, and there's another rig station at 6 that Bond's like, all right, um, Charles, oh that's his name, I think it's Charles Roberts or something. Well, he asked Charles to get him out there, sort of thing, and Dr. Christmas, she's like, well, I'll have to go with you because I'm the only one who can defuse a nuclear bomb, sort of thing. So Bond's like, yeah, okay then, let's go. Well, you see, like, I'm in an helicopter and that. They go past, like, the fucking oil pipeline, sort of thing, following it down, and that where Charles, he's like, oh, yep, there's the fucking point where the rig is. So they see the point and that, land and that, get there, they see the rig that's fucking at the rig point 6 and that. where they get in and Dr. Christmas, she's driving and that, and Bond's like, oh yeah, have you ever drove one of these? But she's like, oh yeah, I'll be alright. Well, their rig is in front, because I thought it was behind when I first watched this, but it's not, it's in front. But you find out it's in front. But anyway, they get onto the pipeline and that, like, start like setting off and that, where it's doing like 35 miles per hour, but Bond says, "Oh yeah, fucking turn it up more. We need more fucking speed." So cranks it up a bit to like 45. Well, the rig with the bomb on is going faster, so it's like catching up to them. Where then they see it, and Bond's like, right, fucking faster, even more, because it's catching up to us. Where it's like hitting fucking nearly 70. Bit of a more of a suspense Bond film, this, than all out balls action. But the like rig gets to Bond where he sort of like gets his feet there to like slow the impact down, where he sort of like levels them up, sort of thing. And you see it like on the sort of screen where they're like linked together. Well, Bond's like, all right, come through. Like, you need to get onto this rig now. And Bond tries to like put on the brakes, but they don't work. They've been overridden and that. So see back on the fucking screen where it's like, oh yeah, they're like practically interlocked now. Where it's all looking tense and that. Well, Bond has to like fucking lay on top of her, sort of thing, to like steady her a bit while she's diffusing the bomb, the nuclear bomb. Well, she's like, oh yeah, and Bond's like, oh yeah, you've done loads of these before, haven't you? And she's like, yeah, yeah, but I hadn't done. I've usually done them when I've been still and that, not on the move. Well, anyway, Bond noticed like the screws have been, or Allen key screws, they've been tampered with and rounded off, so it makes it harder to open them. Well, she gets the plutonium out, and they realise it's only half of the plutonium. The other half isn't there. Well, they put it in some kind of plutonium sort of holder, and then Dr. Goodnight's gonna like cut the detonation fuse to stop it from doing the detonation charge to start off the fucking nuclear bomb, but Bond's like, no, 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 don't do it, let it blow. Well, he gets like some kind of fucking metal wedge thing that he starts to like wedge it into the wheels to slow it down, where he slows it down enough to jump out, where they like roll down a bit of the pipe, and that, where stop, come to a stop in that, where then you see the pipeline explode, but luckily enough, it's only the detonation charge that exploded, and so it doesn't do real big damage like the plutonium would have done. And it didn't get to its destination. It's everything on the screen indicates fucking Bond's dead and that. Well, Carver, he gets a message through saying, "Oh yeah, the bomb, it was a dud," because he knows it should have been a better fucking explosion than it was. So he thinks that there's been some kind of fucking mishap in the bomb's fucking performance. Someone hadn't done it right. But, well, anyway, then Electra says to M, "Oh yeah, I've got like a present for you." And M's like, "Oh well, I don't think this is the time." But M's like, "Oh," Electra's like, "Oh no, I really do want you to have open this now and that." Well, she opens it, and it's the brooch or the lapel pin of what her dad had, where M knows, like, oh yeah, she is a crazy bitch, because then their guards start to shoot the shit out of the fucking workers there, who they kill them all and that, where they have it, but they don't kill M. Well, then Electra, um, like she says that she was hoping that the money bomb would have killed M and her dad, but she's just happy that it killed her dad. And then she says like, um, it it was Bond who fucking was like, um, helping the fucking sort of case go on that, and she said, "Oh yeah, he was your best agent, but he's not your best now," sort of thing, because he's dead. Well, M slaps her, where she's like, "Oh yeah, just take her to the helicopter and that." Well, then you see the pipeline where Bond and Doctor Christmas like get out and that, and Doctor Christmas is like, "Oh, you crazy, fucking, what you doing? Why didn't you let me defuse that bomb? We nearly died back there." And Bond's like, "Oh no, we did die, because now everyone thinks we're dead." And so like, and then Christmas says, "What about the other half of the plutonium that they've got? It's not enough to build a nuclear bomb, but it's still dangerous," because she says it's like 6 kilos of plutonium, which can cause damage. Which you find in this, they use it to cause even more damage, but Well, anyway, um, well, Bond and Doctor Christmas, they can't work out what they're gonna do with the other half of plutonium, but um, yeah. Well, um, Doctor Christmas, this is a great bit. This is proper Bond moment. Well, Doctor Christmas says because like she works for the company who fucking the like agency or whatever who do this plutonium fucking where they're cleaning up um, nukes and that, and so they're getting the plutonium out and that. She says, well, if she don't get the other half of the plutonium back, someone's gonna have her ass. Where Bond's like, oh, right. Gives her a look up and down. He's like, well, first things first. Which it delivered sort of beautifully in that. Well, anyway, she gives him a look. And he like walks off. Well, anyway, then Bond, he's like, um, says like they've got to get fucking the plutonium back and that. Where he phones in um, Robinson, yeah, it's for Charles Robinson. But yeah, he phones Charles or radios into Charles and like says, "Oh yeah, he's alive and that." And he Charles tells Bond like, "Oh yeah, well, it's all kicked off. M's been kidnapped and that shit. Fucking people are dead and all that." Well, then Bond is like thinks of the only sort of like clues or any leads and that he's like, oh, I think we need to fucking and think about more beluga caviar sort of thing. Where then it cuts to Renard, where he's gets off the boat to Electra, where he gives a hug and that sort of shit. Then he shows her the plutonium, or the other half of the plutonium. That he says, "Oh yeah, this can change the world and that shit." And like, it's all for you, precious, sort of thing. Well, anyway, Electra says, "Oh yeah, well I've got a present for you," where she shows him that she's captured him who sent 009 after him and that. So he's like, "Oh, my executioner and that." It's like, "Oh no, I'm not. It's more of a team effort." But anyway, Electra leaves and that, and then oh yeah, but before that she was because M starts like giving Electra some shit and that, but Electra says, "Oh, um, oh yeah," she gives a shit about killing her dad because like she's realised now, oh yeah, you did kill your dad. And so Electra says her dad stole her kingdom from her mother and all this shit. But and then she leaves, and then M says like to Renard, I hope you're proud of yourself and that, saying like, you brainwashed her to kill her own father and that. And then Renard says, oh, she's worth 50 of him and that, where Em agrees and that. And he goes into like where he said, oh, like, you tried to kill me, but I'm gonna be killing you. And he gets a clock and puts it on like a little table. He like points to it and he says, "Oh yeah, by noon tomorrow, you're gonna be dead." Because um, spoilers, even though this is spoilers, but he plans to blow up the fucking city, sort of thing. So he's like, "All right, I know you're gonna be dead because I'm gonna be um, setting off a big fucking nuclear explosion at 12 o'clock tomorrow." But she didn't know this. She just knows that he says she's gonna be dead at noon. Well, uh, yeah. I think he says some lines, "Oh yeah, enjoy your like time and that. You can watch time tick away like I do," sort of thing. Well, then he leaves. Well, M sort of like fucking starts looking around and checks her pockets and that, and finds like she's got the locator card, which she realises if she can get some battery power, she can trigger it. So, but, and then like this is where I think um, Robbie Carlyle was like, "Yeah, I'll do the the Renard part." Like, "Oh yeah, I've always wanted to be in a Bond film and feel Sophie Marquez's fucking ass." Yeah. But anyway, Renard, he's like talking about how beautiful her ass is and that, but he can't really feel it much. In that way, he's fucking gets a bit sad and that. And then he starts talking about, "Oh yeah, you wanted me to kill Bond, didn't you?" And that, where fucking Electra's like, "Yeah, yeah, I did." And then for some strange reason, he starts asking about how fucking good Bond is in bed, where she's like, "Oh yeah, well, I couldn't feel a thing. Imagine, what do you think?" And that. But he knows she was getting a good fucking and that, because he can see like she's not fucking getting turned on right now. Well, he goes up to the fucking sort of like window and that, and he says something on the lines of, "Oh yeah, fucking like you you want Bond or something and that fucking than me." Well, or if he doesn't say it, he thinks it anyway because fucking she winds him up about like, well, she don't wind him up, deliberately, but he fucking gets wound up that he's not shagging her as good as Bond. So he just punches the fucking tabletop where he smashes through it and that. And like scrapes his knuckles. I've done worse, but well then Lecter fucking sees this and fucking gets all a bit fucking concerned and goes to like check out his fucking hand and that. Well, he like tells her to like stay back sort of thing. He's okay. Well then Electra fucking grabs some ice and that, like pulls a little splinter out and that, and puts the ice on his hands and that. Then lays down and look. This is where I think Robbie Coltrane was like, "Oh yeah, oh I don't really want to be in a Bond film. You got to do all that action shit. I prefer more sort of like non-action films, but like, oh yeah, but you get to feel Sophie Marque's fucking tits and ass. It's like, alright then, sign me up. I guess I'll have to do some fight scenes in it. Well, Electra starts to go on about fucking how he can feel like this and that and fucking always remember fucking the pleasure in all this. He goes to M, where yeah, I don't think he got a shag in. I think he finger blasted her, but I don't think he got a shag because he can't feel out. I don't think he can get erections no more. But he probably gives her a finger banging. But anyway, it goes back to M where she's got a like stick and she's trying to get the little stool thing with the cock on to so she can grab it, but it falls over and that. Where then it cuts to the Caspian Sea, where you see a Rolls Royce driving up in that, coming to some warehouse and that, where you see it's Valentine and it's one of his caviar fucking warehouses, sort of place where he's had some fucking alarm go off and that. I think I can't remember exactly why he's fucking, but uh, it's rather alarm's gone off or someone's complained that there's some fucking smelling or some. I can't remember exactly what he goes there, but he's he's had a problem. I think in that, and so um, he goes in, but Bullion he spots Bond's car, the BMW. So he phones up Electra, tells him, "Oh yeah, Bond's still alive." Where she tells Renard and that, and then she makes a phone call to some people which own helicopters and sort of like chainsaw things. Well, Valentine enters his fucking um, office and that, where he sees Doctor Christmas and that all like sat out and they're like, yeah, and he's like, oh yeah, I'll have to have a word with my security. He's like, how do you get in? I'll have to have a word with my security and congratulate him. Well, he's like, you want a drink? But then Bond slams the door and he's got one of his working mates sort of like held hostage. I think it's just so in case it'll use him as a bit of body cover in case it all kicked off. But anyway, Valentine's like, oh, Bond, can't you just like say hello like everyone else and that? Well, anyway, Bond tells the dude to go, sort of thing. Tells him to use the back way because he's going to use the front way. Well, Bond's like, right, tell me everything you know about Electra and now what you sort of like fucking been doing and that. Um, tell me like what you sort of like fucking working with Electra for and that. Well, he denies it, uh, and then so I go, yeah, like, cause oh yeah, he's like, oh, he says, oh, and Valentine says, oh, what I've heard is you're the one that's doing the work on her, as in he's shagging her and that. Well, Bond gets like a bit arsey with him, and he says, look, just tell me what you've been doing with it. And then Valentine says to Christmas, oh yeah, you won't get fucking a relationship with this bloke. This dude, he's not the sort of marrying type sort of thing. Where Bond gets pissed off and starts slamming him on the way. He's like, look, you don't fuck, you can tell me sort of thing now. What you and Electra's up to, or what you and Electra's business is, sort of like together. I'm I'm gonna shoot you. So well, he's like, well, I don't know anything. I I don't know what she's up to and that. Well then, you see the fucking chainsaw helicopter things come soaring through the fucking roof, where it just misses Bond and Valentine, but it cuts the fucking roof off, half the building fucking, oh, not, well, the corner bit off anyway. And, yeah, fuck. And then, like, it circles around, fucking gets the old spotlight in there, starts shooting at Bond. Bond starts shooting back. But he just keeps fucking got like a machine gun where Bond's only got like his PK. A PPK. Well anyway, Bond gets down there sort of thing, starts shooting up at him that near the Rolls Royce and that. Sees his car sort of thing, tries to leg it for his car, but the helicopter fires a rocket launcher missile, like, hits the bridge, blows the fucking bridge out. He could have like jumped the gap, but he don't. Oh, well, yeah. he runs down the little corridor bit. Just think there's any in the chat. No. Oh, just pause it there for a sec. Sorry about that. Yeah, he runs down. Yeah, you can't really see it, but he runs down this little bit here. There he is there. But when you watch it on the film, you see him move, and so your eye like notices it. He's running, but with a still shot, it's hard to see that Bond is there. So he runs down this bit here, and that where fucking explosions are going on. Then they try and cut him with the chain thing, but they cut these pipes and that like it sparks. Where here again, there he is. He runs from there to there, from there to there, sort of thing, because he's here. He runs there, and then that just blows like boom, which I reckon it was not filmed right, because I reckon it'd have to have been a bit quicker for it to be sort of like blowing, I reckon. But it seemed alright, Phil, but I'd have just filmed it a bit more quicker paced than it is, sort of thing. But I'm not seeing it anyway, because it was one of them where them pipes get cut, and it's like takes a bit for them pipes to get cut, where the gas would have exploded, sort of thing. So they should have done it where the pipes got cut real quick, I thought. But anyway, then Valentine, he's like fucking thinking, oh no, my fucking sort of like I don't think he owns all of it, but he knows like his place is getting trashed up and that. Well, anyway, then Bond get into that safety position near the stairs, gets his key chain key ring out with his like automatic locking system, that he has an automatic self-drive system in it where he controls the car, sort of thing, to go forward and that. So it meets him, sort of thing, at the top of the stairs, where he rushes up, goes round, gets in, starts reversing backwards because the helicopter's coming towards him and that. Presses a button where the steering wheel starts to like transform into a little pad. Well, he keeps reversing like fuck. So he gets to a point where he slams on the brakes. gets like the targeting system, and then locks on, gets the missiles out of the side of the car, like just pop out. Real smart that bit. Like presses the fire button, fires a missile that fucking goes and just blows up the helicopter, which then falls down and blows up more barrels than that, which causes a massive explosion. Like, I've just only caught the beginning bit of the explosion. That's only the beginning bit of the explosion. Well, then Bond noticed that what a fucking bunch of like chainsaw cutting wheels are approaching from behind, where he jumps out of the driver's seat real quick, and then so like runs down. Well, he tries to shoot at the boat, but it's no use. Well, it then runs down the fucking like path thing, like wooden path that like it's cutting up behind him and that, but he gets to where he takes a sharp right, does a little roll thing, gets out of the way. Then you see Valentine and Dr. Christmas sort of like trying to get out of there, sort of like going down. Where then you see Bullion, he's sort of like curled up in a ball, shitting himself, even though he's the one that phoned this in. But he's like shitting it in case that he gets killed. Well, then the dudes start to like fucking jump out of the fucking helicopter and that. They're all like, oh yeah, fuck that. We need to get on the ground for this. Well then Bond, he grabs a crowbar and like puts it on one of the like wires and then like fucking slides across onto the other side, drops down. Well, Valiant is like shooting at some of these dudes and that, and his men are helping him and that. Well, then fucking one of the dudes in the helicopter gets out a fucking grenade or a rocket launcher, fires a fucking rocket that fucking blows up fucking some barrels and that like Bond has to jump off the edge, lands sort of like as these cables to break his fall a bit, but fucks his side up. Well, then he goes into the archway where Valiant and Dr. Christmas is. Fucking bit of a comedy moment where this dude running on slams into the like door hatch and then like falls down it like, and then Bond sort of like shoots some dude who's like on the sort of first floor sort of thing. That he goes down and that, and then you see, because Bond told Valiant and Christmas to like get away sort of thing. Well, then they get into Valiant's Rolls Royce where he starts to reverse it, but fucking one of the helicopters chopped the fucking bridge and that it collapses and it and so the Rolls Royce falls into the river and that. Well, then Bond, this is a good move, where two dudes like come through, sort of like looking where Bond is, and Bond sort of like on the first floor shoots him and then jumps down whilst shooting him. Well, the dudes in the helicopter are shooting at Valentine and Dr. Christmas. That Bond, he comes out and he turns on this valve where gas, I think it must be gas, like plutonium gas, starts to like squirt out, causing like a mist sort of to form. Where then Bond gets a like flare gun, shoots the flare gun right at the um, gas sort of cylinder thing that was pouring out gas. There's a big massive sort of explosion that catches the helicopter and explodes it, where all the cutting discs start to fly out, where Valentine at this time he's fucking got himself to safety onto dry land. Well, they start to fly at him in that, where he runs it into his oh his warehouse, but falls into a vat of caviar, where he can't seem to get to the edge for some reason. I don't know exactly, because like I've never swum in caviar, but there might be some kind of fucking gloopy substance that's stopping from fucking swimming, and so he's getting sucked down. Maybe, I don't know, but he can't make it to the edge. Well, then you see Bond. He comes in and he's all like, "Tell me what you know," because them helicopters were sent for you, because even though they was sent for Bond, but Bond just like tries to blag Valentine, saying, "Oh yeah, Electra's got it in for you," or whoever you fucking working with and that. Well, Bond then says to Valentine, tell me what you know," sort of thing. And he's like, "No, I don't really know anything." He's still saying like he don't know. Well, then Doctor Christmas, she like turns up and that. They make a joke about wanting some crackers and cream cheese or something with caviar. Well, Bond like starts offering him the like cane, but he's saying, "Tell me everything." Well, anyway, finally, fucking um, oh, what's his name? Valentine. Yeah. Valentine starts to admit, like, oh yeah, he does get stuff for a lecture and that, and he like has got us stuff, and that his nephew apparently is getting or he's doing a job for her, and he's helping like get some stuff. Where then Bond's like, well, where is she getting the stuff and that, what equipment and that? Whereabouts is it? And where Valentine says it's in Istanbul. So Bond sort of like says that, right, here we go. Get the cane and I'll move you to the side so you can get a grip. Well, then you see Bullion sort of like creeping in. That Bond like turns around because he don't know who it is, and like then he realises only fucking um, Valentine. Yes, it's only Valentine's assistant, and that like sticks his hands up and then he says, "Oh no, yeah, I'm just like fucking friendly and that." Well, Valentine's like, "Where was you, you fucking gold crusted buffoon? Like, help me out and that." So he's gold. Bullion says like he was like had a head injury or something, got knocked out, and sort of like helps him out and that. But anyway, they hear a creaking sound, and then the building just collapses where Bond and Dr. Christmas like run out and that. Well, then you see in Istanbul where you see Renard looking at the ship, but he's not really looking at the ship. It is because I think the submarine underneath it has said like, oh yeah, we'll follow this ship, so then you'll know when the ship comes in that we're going to be underneath it, and so when you see the ship, you'll know we're there. Which you find out this is Valentine's nephew. Um, I forget his name. But it's his nephew with a submarine, and then you see it sort of like um, submerge from the water in this sort of like nice little submarine sort of docking bay. Well, then you see Valentine saying like this is sort of like the KGB safe house, but it's not no more. It's the Federal Security Bureau, which is he says is practically the same. Well, they're in there sort of like scanning for fucking nuke fucking um, explosion fucking readings or whatever. trying to see if there's any sort of fucking sightings are out. Well, they like get talking and that, and then Valentine says about like submarines. There's not many places that submarines can be, and that without getting scanned. Apart from under the sea, but you know docking bays. Well, anyway, um, yeah, um, yeah. Well, Bond he's like says, oh yeah, fucking um, that the submarine that Renard will use the submarine to put weapons grade plutonium in the submarine reactor, causing a meltdown. Doctor to Christmas, she says, "Yeah, fucking, they'll cause a meltdown and that." And then Bond says, "Yeah, that will look so like accidental and that." And then um, Valentine, he asks why though, and then Bond. Now this is like complicated bit of this film because when I saw this film, I thought, oh yeah, it's just some crazy cunt setting up a nuke just to piss off people. I always thought though in this film it's a bit crazy just setting off a nuke for no reason, but with further watching of the films and that and re-watchings and that, I realised, oh no, there's more to that. Well, anyway, here's where the real plan goes into action because they know now that fucking Renard is going to cause a nuclear explosion by putting a plutonium rod. Well, you find out it gets turned into a plutonium rod, but by putting plutonium in the submarine's reactor, it will cause a meltdown, look accidental and that. So no one's gonna think it's a terrorist attack. And it says like um, the easting pipeline goes north, sort of thing, where they put all the oil and that in tankers, and then they ship it to Istanbul. Where he said the exporting on tankers and shipping to Istanbul, the explosion of that nuke in Istanbul will destroy Istanbul, and confirming or contaminating. That's it. Contaminating the like Bostos. I don't know exactly what the Bostos is. It must be some kind of port that maybe that's where all the oil. But anyway, and it'll be contaminated for decades, and the only way then to get oil would be to go from fucking the south, from the south to the the mid sort of thingy, where Bond says, "Oh yeah, that's Electra King's pipeline." So they worked out that they're gonna use the half of plutonium to set a meltdown reactor reaction in a submarine reactor to make it look like an accident, to make Istanbul um, contaminated, nuclear radiation contamination, fucking for like decades. That then Electra's pipeline will be the only pipeline that they can use to get oil and that to like um, southern parts of the continent thing. Well, I think it's called, but well, whatever. It makes their pipeline real fucking the main one. And then Valentine says he must find his nephew Nikolai. Yeah, that's his nephew Nikolai, who's the captain of that submarine, who like they're going to use to like do a meltdown, to then contaminate Istanbul, so Electric King's pipeline becomes the main pipeline, where it'll be the only way you can get oil from to the south of I think it'd be Europe or whatever, or Asia. No, but yeah, it'd be Asia. I think it's Asia, yeah. So, well, anyway, you see, fucking Nikolai sort of pulled up and that, and Valentine, Renard, he like goes up there and that, fucking says, "Oh yeah, glad you made it. Fucking, I need you to," because he's told Nikolai that he needs him to transport some material or fucking contraband or whatever. He just thinks he's gonna do a like little run for him. Well, anyway, yeah, he thinks he's gonna take some equipment somewhere. He don't know where, and he don't know what equipment, but that's what he thinks he's there for anyway. So like goes up and like says to like Nikolai sort of thing, "Oh yeah, I've got some like food and refreshments for your crew, because it's not a big submarine, and it's not a real big crew. And he's Nikolai said like he's got like a shorthand crew, like because he can't afford to have a full crew, so he's got a bit of a short sort of staffed crew. But anyway, then it goes to where uh, Kaba has brought in a nice cup of tea or coffee for fucking M. But he sees like, oh yeah, the fucking table or the stool table thing's been knocked over. Oh, I better put it up and that. Well, Electra comes in saying, oh yeah, you're gonna die sort of thing and fucking have a nice day. Well then M asks for the time where Electra picks up the clock and puts it on like the cell bars and says, oh yeah, enjoy your time sort of thing, because it's gonna be short for you. You haven't got you only got another 6 hours to go. Oh, 5.5. Well, then she leaves, and she gets the clock, gets the back out, gets the battery out, connects the battery to the tracking system, got tracking card. It's, that. Well, that shows up on the scanners and that. That like tells Bond like, oh yeah, there's a signal coming out, and that way they realise, oh yeah, it's the fucking tracking card and that, because fucking it's a certain sort of signal that gets produced by certain stuff and that, so they know, oh yeah, it's M. Yeah, the emergency frequency is used, so they know, oh yeah, if it's an emergency frequency, it'd be a, like tracking sort of fucking military sort of stuff or whatever and that. So they know, oh yeah, this is looking good. So they look on the map where the GPS sort of signal was coming from, and find out like, oh yeah, Nikolai says, oh yeah, it's fucking the Maiden's Tower. Where's that place where you see him? Like, it looks like a little lighthouse, but it's where they're holding M and that. Well, anyway, um, Nicola, right, no, um, Valentine, not Nikolai, fucking hell. Nikolai ain't even in this fucking film. I don't know where I got Nikolai from, but anyway, Valentine then shouts for Mr. Bullion to help him sort of like fucking get a crew together or whatever, probably. Where Mr. Bullion sort of like walks off and that, sort of like sneaks out of there, where they can't see him. And but Bond sees like his briefcase, which is bling as fuck. So, pretty good if you want to know. If you don't want anyone fucking getting your suitcase mixed up, but well, anyway, Bond realised, oh yeah, it's a bomb. So he fucking gets to cover and that, and the dab. The secretary probably she's dead, but Bond and Last Christmas get like into a bit of a shelter by the sort of um, like boxes and that. Well, then Bond's like, right, let's get the fuck out of here. And then you see Valentine looking fucked up and that. Well, Bond gets to the end, but there's Garbutt who's like fucking there with his men and like the outgunned Bond sort of thing. So then Bullion comes up and takes Bond's gun where he knows he's outgunned, and then but Bullion like cart him off sort of thing. He's like, come with me. Well, then you see on the fucking submarine where the food that the fucking had given them to eat was poisoned, and so they're all fucking dead. Which, considering it was only like a small crew and that, fucking. They could have fucking took them hostage because they could have outgunned them and that, but to not fuck around with any hostages, they like poison them. Well, Renard comes in and that. He's like, oh yeah, get rid of the bodies, chuck them of us into the sea. We're bad guys. We don't give a fuck. Well then, his mate with the plutonium says like it'll take him like 30 minutes to set up a plutonium rod because to stick the plutonium into the fucking submarine reactor, it needs to be in a rod. Well, then you see Bond and Dr. Christmas getting like took into Maiden's Tower, where Electra sees sort of like Bond and that, and she's like, "Oh yeah, bring them up here," sort of thing. Well, then she goes talks to Renard before she fucking goes, because like Renard says to her, "Have you got everything set up and that?" And she's like, "Yeah, she's got a helicopter, picks her up in 30 minutes, and so they're gonna fucking fly out of there, you know, because they've probably got a few hours to go, so they can in a helicopter they can get out of fucking the nuclear radius blast and that." And then Electra says the world will never be the same again, sort of thing, because she knows once he fucking sets off this sort of like nuclear meltdown reactor scenario that's gonna fuck up Istanbul, she'll be the most powerful sort of fucking oil sort of dealer. and then so she'll be able to like control the world. Well, Renard says, "Oh yeah, the future's yours. Have fun with it." And like leaves, even though he tries to get a bit of an emotional sort of connection going, but I think he knows he can't shag her, and so she'll never want to fucking be with him if she can't get. Oh, she'll never want to be um, strictly his only because she'll want to go out and get shagged. So, and he knows he ain't got long to live anyway. So fucking that's why he's going on this fucking suicide mission because he knows. Oh yeah, I've got now to. I ain't got long to live, so let's do it. Well, then he leaves, and then she goes. Oh yeah, they have a kiss and all. Well, as I say, I think he knows it won't. It would never be. Well, yeah. Then he says, yeah, the world's yours, have fun. The future's yours, have fun, and that. And where she's wearing this dress where you see her tits, but not her nipples. It's like, fuck it now. Hello. I'd have stayed. I'd have been like, fuck nah. But then she'd be pissed off because she'd be like, no, you've got to go for the mission. I'd be like, oh, I'll get someone else to do it. I'll stay with you. Well, anyway, then she goes up and sees Bond, where she tries to give him a kiss and that, but he's not having none of it. And the guard that's holding fucking Dr. Christmas, is it her boyfriend or what? Or is he like, oh yeah, I always fucking restrain my prisoners with my arm round their tits nearly. But anyway, Bond says like, no, fuck off, sort of thing. And she's like, oh, we could have had the world. And then he says his famous line like, the world's not enough. The world's not enough. Family motto. And then fucking she goes over to Dr. Christmas, and then she's all like, oh yeah, pretty thing and that. Take her to Renard. Now, I don't know why she's giving it to Renard for. Because he ain't really going to do much. But I think it probably just so she didn't have to kill her. So anyway, the dude takes her to fucking Renard, and that was on the sub. Well then, oh no, I think this is where she could be said, oh, you could have had it all, and that you could have had the world. And he's like, the world's not enough. The world's not enough. Family motto. Well then she's like, oh, bring him here, put him on this chair, because she starts revealing how fucking they found this ancient artifact. Well, Bond tries to put up a struggle, but there's two big dudes, and it's a pretty good scene where Pierce Brosnan as Bond and that tries to like stop, but they just like drag him in, and because like his shoes ain't got much of a grip, he just slides like across. It's like, well, they get him on and that, and this tie his, or they lock his arms and then they lock his neck and that, and Bond asks where fucking M is, and then uh, Electra says, "Oh, she'll be around, scattered around, uh, as in she's gonna get nuked." But anyway, then she throws um, Garbutt the fucking hat where he goes over, puts the hat and a revolver gun sort of like on the table. Because it's like the captain's hat and all. It's like Nikolai's hat. Oh, fucking. They're like wearing and that. Well, then Electra, she fucking like gets Bond and that, and Bond like says to her, "All this because you fell in love with a fucking crazy cunt sort of thing," and then she's all like, "Oh, 5 turns of this," where she starts to turn the fucking lever sort of thing, and it'll break your neck. Where fucking you see a little sort of fucking metal pole thing getting like shoved through, which would break your neck sort of in the end because your hands are tied to the side. So, well, um, Bond sort of like says, "Oh, um, you turned um, Renard and that. You you're the one who's the bad influence in that relationship." But anyway, she like says, "Oh yeah, well, I told him sort of like to cut me sort of and that, but he couldn't do it, so I had to do it and that." And she's saying like, "Yeah, she is so fucking beautiful and that she can make men do what they want." And then she starts turning the fucking lever handle things like to fuck Bond's neck up and that. And she like claims like fucking the oil is all hers and that her and her family own it all. Where she says like, "Oh yeah, she's so fucking like good looking and that fucking Bond can't resist and that shit." And fucking Bond's like, "Oh no." Well, anyway, she like gets on him and that, and she's all like, "Oh yeah, you know what happens to a man when he's getting choked and that." And Bond says like 8 million people will die in that, but she ain't bothered and that. And then Bond's like says, "Oh, you meant nothing to her, to him in that." Where she starts to like kiss him and that, and then Bond's like, "Oh yeah, one more screw sort of thing." Well, they hear some fucking. Well, she has like some shooting and that where she goes has a look out the window where she sees like a dude shooting at her fucking guards and that. Where she's a bit sort of like, oh yeah, what's fucking happening here? Then she sees fucking Valentine fucking come out shooting some guards and that. Where he gets in to the fucking front door and that, shoots a guard and that, then shoots another guard. Where then he sees fucking Mr. Bullion. Oh, Mr. Bullion is all like, "Oh, I'm glad to see you, boss. You're alive and that." Where Valentine's like, "Yeah, I am. I'm glad I'm alive," sort of thing. And then shoots Mr. Bullion. Like dead, no. Then he goes in where Electra is and that, and he's asking where his fucking nephew Nikolai um, sort of is and that. Well, then he sees Nikolai's hat where he recognises it, sort of thing, because he knows, oh yeah. See that is unless there's another fucking Russian sort of submarine captain around. That's Nikolai's fucking hat. Well, he says, pass it, give it to me, sort of thing. Where Electra grabs the gun and hides it under the hat and shoots Valentine, where he falls down and that. Well, then his hand sort of moves towards his cane, and then he sort of like pulls a trigger where his cane's got like is a cane gun, where he points it at Electra, but then moves it to Bond, and then shoots the lock bit off his arm, like loosens it and that. Well, Electra is surprised like he didn't shoot her, and she's all like, "Oh, he really hated Joe." Then she goes to like kill him, sort of thing, but Bond, because she's going to turn the fucking neck screw thing. Well, Bond grabs the gun off her because she didn't know like he's got an arm free. Boots her onto the floor. Unlocks the neck strap thing. Rolls on the floor, grabs the gun, shoots Carver, who's coming in, who's like fucking thinking, oh yeah, I'll go see how fucking Electra's doing. Well, Electra runs up the stairs, sort of thing, where Bond follows. She's all giving it, you can't kill me, Bond. I'm too fucking gorgeous. Which I'd be a bit like, oh yeah. You deserve a prison sentence, and I'll come and do some conjugal rights or conjugal visits. Where you go, Shagam and that? see. Well, Bond, he's like fucking chases her up and that, where he hears M screaming Bond, where he barges in and that, and then he sees fucking she's locked and that, so he shoots the lock off. Where then he finally catches up to Electra, where fucking he gives her the sort of walkie-talkie, tells her to fucking call it off because she's in charge. She's sort of like manipulated, apparently. Um, Renard. So Bond considers her to be the head of the fucking operations. So he tells her to like call it off. Well, she gets the walkie-talkie and that, and she's all like, "Oh no, you won't shoot me. You won't shoot me. I'm too good." And I won't have neither. I'll be like, "Oh yeah." Well, Electra then says like dive, but and she only gets but before he just blasts her in the chest. She was probably gonna say dive as in, because you see later the sub dive as in dive underwater with your submarine, or like start to fucking submerge the submarine. And she was gonna say like submerge the submarine because Bond has escaped, but she only gets dive, but and she gets blasted. So I don't know if Renard even heard that, but he he pays no attention, sort of like to the blast, because I think only what they hear is dive, because then M comes in, sees Bond sort of like give her a sort of like a stroke on the head because he's killed her, and I think it makes it better if he like makes her hair sort of better. But anyway, then he goes out onto the balcony, sees the submarine is doing the orders of diving, the like submerging, where Bond jumps on the ledge, takes off his jacket, and then just dives in. And like, yeah, I think he would have probably been like a stuntman on this. I don't know if maybe he's got a stuntman to jump in like a swimming pool and then they just CGI'd it on, you know. But anyway, he dives in and that, swims to like the edge of the submarine, climbs up and that, gets to where someone's closing the fucking hatch and that, where Bond is great. He grabs the axe and just boots the dude in his face, where the dude just falls down like a good like 8 foot or something. You know, you're looking at about a 10 foot ladder there, because they have to have it quite high, sort of thing. And so yeah, he's definitely dropped a good like 7, 8 foot or something. Well, Bond climbs down and that, then sticks a gun in the dude's face and tells him like, "Where is she?" sort of thing, as in Dr. Christmas. Well, then you see the plutonium getting like took out and put in this sort of machine that's making this plutonium rod that they need to do the meltdown on the sub, the nuclear meltdown. They need. Well, anyway, um, Dr. Christmas, she just hears some banging on this door where she opens it and it's Bond banging the dude's head. Now, I don't know if it's a cut scene that like the dude got a bit arsey and that, and so Bond had to beat the shit out of him, or Bond just fucking for a laugh just started smashing his head into the window. But either way, he got his head smashed into the window, which in it's that thick glass. It's in a submarine that they make it like quite. They don't have like little thin glass. They make it thick glass so it can withstand like pressure and that shit. So he just gets like knocked out. Then Bond gets there and that. Then Renard, he's looking at the fucking plutonium rod that's being made. Well, it takes them like half hour though. But they're probably at the fucking 1/3 or halfway through stage, so he's only got like 15 or 20 minutes left. Well, Bond, he has a look, sort of checking out where things are, sort of thing. Make sure like no one's round the corner, and then he sees like the porter hatch to where the control room, or the engine, or the no, the steering sort of like main deck control room, his sort of thing, where Renard, he tells them like hold her like steady at 100 feet, level her off at 100 feet and hold her steady, as in the submarine, because they refer to the submarine as a female. Well, anyway, Bond sees this and he's all like, right, if I can get in there and fucking bring her up, as in re-emerge the submarine, that like it'll come up on a radar or a satellite and it'll bring out the navy, because it'll come up as unfucking listed or somewhat, you know, because they always have like listed sort of things. Well, anyway, or it'll come up as sort of like fucking unauthorized or whatever. So, but because it's submerged, it's not showing up on any radar or fucking satellite or anything. So, well, with this, Bond says, right, go hard and that. Then he runs in grabs a dude, smacks the dude's head on the fucking computer and that, or like control system, where fucking he like throws him well like drags him out and tells him to fuck off over there sort of thing, where he's got like the others sort of like with the hands up and that. Well, he like sets the fucking submarine to like um re-emerge and that, so the submarine starts to like float up and that. Well, this sets off an alarm sort of thing, because I think they'll be going up too fucking fast or whatever. That like Renard, he sees it and is like runs back to the control room where he had been. Where a dude comes in, but Bond fucking punches him in the face, sort of thing, backhands him. Where one of the dudes thinks he's got a fucking opportunity where he gets his gun out, but Bond, fucking using the other dude as cover, fucking just shoots the dude. Well, the other dudes get their guns out, and then Renard, he's fucking there shooting. And so at this stage, fucking Bond thinks, fuck it, I'll fuck up the control deck. Where he shoots the shit out of the control deck, or control system. That fucking the ship starts to fucking go down, sort of thing. And so he fucks off back out of the door, sort of thing. Where then Renard, he's telling everyone to fucking get it level and that. Where they try, but the controls are so fucked up that they can't. Well, Bond is like, oh, where are you there, Christmas? Well, you fucking British, get hold of some and that. And she's like, oh, I thought we was going up. And that, well, he's like, oh yeah, a bit of miscalculation. Well, you see the submarine sinking down and that. Bond gets one of them sort of like fucking safety netting disposal things that you do in that situation, so you don't have big falls or out. Well, Christmas she holds on and that, but it is getting a bit too much and that, and Renard, he's like climbing up because now the floor is the fucking walls, and the walls are now the floor, sort of thing. So he's climbing up the floor. Or is it the ceiling? I think it's the floor. Yeah, but it's hard to tell. But anyway, then the ship, it's because like a dude whilst falling knocked the engine propeller throttle, so it hit the bottom even faster. But anyway, Christmas with this, she like falls down onto Bond and that. These toes, these fall fucking from a great height, smack right onto the fucking door and that metal. I think these are dead because you don't see these anymore. Or if they're not dead, they're in a state where they just lie there. Well, with this, um, Renard like sort of falls, but he catches onto these beams and that. That fucking he drops his gun, but he don't fucking care because he's like, right, all I gotta do is just get up here. Well, then the submarine starts flooding, where Bond's like to Christmas, get up and that, we've gotta fucking get out of here. Where they get up onto like a fucking. No, I think that's Renard, isn't it? Renard, Renard, he's climbs up and that gets into the like room where the plutonium rod, which is here, where the plutonium rod has now been completed. I think it needed a few fucking minutes to go sort of hard and anyway. Well, then Bond, he and Christmas, they get into a sort of like hatch where it hasn't been breached by water and that, even though there's water pouring in. Well, Renard, he gets fucking the plutonium rod and that. See, and then Bond, he shuts the like door sort of thing, but it takes him a bit to like get it up, but he finally shuts it, so it's airtight and that. Well then, Renard, he fucking is setting the like reactor on so he can fucking put the plutonium rod in it. Where this shows up and that, and Christmas, she says, "Oh, he's opening the reactor and he's locked himself in." Where Bond's like, "Oh, shit." Well, he didn't say shit, but he's like, "Oh, we've only got one chance, and that's to go out of like the submarine and re-enter in the reactor's room escape hatch." And then he explains, like, "Oh yeah, the lights and that," but he then opens like the escape hatch in the reactor room, where you see it open and that. Then he tells her, like, when the red light goes on, you need to press the button so fucking he can get in. Oh, yeah, he can open up the hatch to get into the room where he needs air. to press that button so the water drains out so he can open the hatch. Well, he gets in the sort of like escape hatch, tells her to like shut the escape hatch, and says if you don't make it, she can use that escape hatch the same way to get out. Well, then he sort of like swims out and that of the escape hatch at their fucking place. Well, then the fucking water starts rushing in. There's been a fucking breach somewhere. That the control panel sort of like gets fucking watered, and that where she has to look for the bottom one red light, where the middle one is the one that Bond's just used, and so gotta wait for the bottom one. Where it turns red, there's a bit of a fucking wait, but well, she goes to press it, but the water current fucking fucks her up, and so she has to go back up to the surface and that. Well, Bond's like fucking like thinking, oh shit, he's running out of oxygen. Well, she finally goes down and fucking presses it, and that the water drains out, and then she like gets to the top and to get some air. Well, he opens the hatch and that. He looks down and he sees fucking Renard just about to place the plutonium rod into the reactor. The nuclear sort of reactor sort of thing. Well, Bond like creeps down a little bit, and then whilst Renard sort of like putting the fucking rod into the reactor, that makes the reactor fucking start to overheat and that, which is what they want to cause the meltdown. Well, Bond swings down, boots Renard in the face, where he drops the fucking plutonium rod on the floor, which is now, well, drops it on the doors, but which is now the floor. Then Bond punches him in the face and that, grabs him by the fucking neck, starts to try and choke him out and that, but then Bond sees that fucking the hatch at the bottom is where Dr. Christmas is fucking shouting for help and that, and banging and that, because it's starting to flood. Well, Bond gives fucking Renard an elbow, and considering he can't feel pain, he certainly felt that one. I don't know if the elbow hit him right in the fucking collarbone or hit him right on a rib. I don't know, but anyway, he felt it, because then he starts booting him in his back and that, where he falls down and that, he's pretty fucked. Well, then Bond jumps down, turns the sort of like hatch door, which this is a pretty good scene because Pierce Brosnan has to sort of like have the energy to lift her up, and she has to sort of like stay under that water until he lifts her up, sort of thing. Because you can tell what they haven't CGI'd this. It's proper like where they're like, right, obviously she's safe in the fact that she ain't gonna get fucking drowned because they can control the levels of water. But there's enough water that she's in that position where fucking she has to keep afloat or whatever. And like put up with all the water splashing in her face because fucking Bond gets her up and that. She's looking pretty fucking drab up. Then you see one of the best shots ever. Where it's Denise Richard in a wet t-shirt competition. But anyway, she gets up, right, and like she says, "Oh yeah, we're safe from radiation as long as the coolant doesn't burst. And if it gets the rod in the reactor, it's gonna fucking cause a meltdown." It was one of them things where when I watched this, I didn't even give a fuck really, but I just liked the way Bond was just kicking ass and shagging beds, and I sort of like I know like he was trying to set up some fucking crazy nuke bomb, but I didn't know exactly why. But anyway, this was a reminder for people who didn't even know, like. He was setting off a nuke bomb. So it was one of them recalls where it's like, oh yeah, if he sticks that golden like pencil thing in that sort of pencil sharpener, we're all dead, including Istanbul, the full of Istanbul. It was basically like one of them, sort of like, oh yeah. Well, Bond's like, oh yeah, fucking, like, yeah, well, good job. He ain't fucking doing that sort of shit. Well, he gets up, gets the fucking plutonium rod, smashes it into Bond's face, where he gives the line, "Welcome to the nuclear family." So so it's like one of them where even if you didn't fucking know he was starting to know, it's like, oh yeah, he's talking about nuclear families, and he ain't got a nuclear family. Well, you see a great shot because you see fucking Denise Richards' nipple. Look at this bastard. Looks like a nipple anyway. Hello. I think that's a nipple. But yeah. Well, Bond's like fuck, and that the fucking side of my head's killing me. probably a bit fucking concussed. Got a bit of concussion at this stage. But anyway, this done to tear Bond because then he gets up. And I don't. Well, he sees fucking um, Renard putting the fucking plutonium rod inside the coolant reactor. That fucking Bond jumps up, bolts his legs. That he fucking falls and like does a fucking splits bang. What skateboarders do nearly every fucking weekend, where it's a fucking smacking the balls from a rod. But anyway, or metal pole sort of thing, yeah. Well, anyway, Bond then like punches him a few times, grabs the fucking plutonium rod, starts to pull it out. Well, fucking Renard gets up. Dr. Christmas tries to like stop him, but he just elbows her in her face. Where she goes down. Then he starts booting Bond. Well, Bond gets the petroleum rod out and drops it sort of like on the floor again. Where Renard just starts booting Bond in that. Knees him in his face. Knees him in his sort of like ribs. Grabs him by the throat and that. And then like Bond, he says, "Oh yeah, are you really gonna commit suicide for her?" Meaning Electra. As in he knows like Electra's sort of like brainwashed him into doing this, so he's trying to reason with him, sort of thing. So yeah, you don't have to do this shit. You know what I mean? It's not like you're gonna get any benefits out of this. She's just using you. Well, anyway, Renard, he's like, "Oh, haven't you heard?" Oh no, Renard's like, "Yeah, I'm I'm dead anyway. I I ain't got nothing to live for, sort of thing. I'm gonna be dead." Well, no, I am dead. That's what it says. Well, Bond's like, "Oh, haven't you heard? So is she." Where he winds him up about killing his missus. Well, although he doesn't admit that he killed her actually, but he just fucking tells him that she's dead. He probably don't fucking tell her it was him, just in case fucking he wants to torture him for it. So Bond's like, "Oh yeah, haven't you heard? So is she. She's dead." Well, Renard, he's like, "No, no, you're lying," sort of thing. Well, he can tell in Bond's eyes, sort of thing, that he's not. Well, then he gets fucking really mad, and this is where Bond's sort of like man game fucked up a little bit, because he just rages in that fucking like breaks out of the hold, starts booting Bond so much that he boots him through this fucking sort of like, it would be a sort of like door hatch, but on this it's sort of like on the floor sort of thing. where then Bond sort of like hits the sort of like floor, which is like the fucking walls, but or the sides of the inside. But anyway, he probably fucked up, hit a rib or something because he's like, oh, proper like, oh, I'm not getting up from this. Oh, I'm staying down for a bit. Well, then Renard, to like save any fucking other confrontations, he locks Bond in sort of like a room away from him so he can go up there without no um, interruptions and that. But anyway, he gets up there and puts the plutonium rod in where the reactor starts to overheat again, where it pops one of these now this is a bit fucking confusing because I didn't even know like fucking about high pressure fucking systems with hydrogen gas sort of fucking valves. But anyway, it pops one of them because it's overheating that much. That it starts to like spew out some hydrogen gas and that. Where Bond sees it, he's like, oh, right, I think I can use that. Well, Renard ain't paying any attention. He's too busy concentrating on getting this plutonium rod into the reactor's cooling system that he's going to overheat to cause a meltdown. Well, you see it like getting to fucking extreme temperatures. Well, Bond climbs up onto like this bit where he can put the valve in. But anyway, the fucking cooling system reactor and that fucking is well going over. It's well in the red now. Well, it's finally nearly there. Well, Bond puts this valve thing on to this other valve that makes turns on the fucking valve pressure fucking machine, whatever it does, and then selects the middle coolant spot. Says to fucking Renard, she's waiting for you. Wound it in again. I didn't know about his missus being dead, but anyway, Renard sort of like looks, thinking, "Oh, I don't give a fuck. We're soon gonna be all dead." Well, then Bond, he fucking flicks the fucking lever on this high pressure valve that's like putting in hydrogen gas for some reason. I don't know if it might be something to cool it down with, or it's something to do with cleaning it, or something to do with getting stuff that like falls in it or something. But anyway, whatever it's used for, in this occasion, it just fucking smashes out ejects the plutonium rod straight into fucking Renard's stomach and that, where he like falls down and that, fucked. He does do a look of like, before he falls down. So I think it might have just fucking crushed all his fucking ribs inside it and pierced through him, but it's made a big of a dent that is fucking wedged in there. Well, anyway, the coolant system starts to go down and that, where then Christmas says, oh yeah, the hydrogen gas level's too high. She has to stop it, or any little sparks, it'll blow and set off like a nuclear fucking explosion. See. Well, Bond's like, oh no, don't fucking bother, just get to the fucking top of the sub where the torpedo bay is. And then he opens the hatch, sort of thing, where they both sort of like go up to where the torpedo bay is, getting like a torpedo fucking capsule. Well, it's not a capsule. Oh, it's what fires the torpedo capsules. It's the capsule launcher. Where and Bond then says, "Oh yeah, it's all right." And the reactor room is flooded, so if it blows, it won't cause a nuclear reaction, and that, because it only will cause nuclear reaction if it isn't flooded, because it must be something to do with water. If there's water, it could be even salt water, but if there's water on the nuclear reactor fucking room and that, if it's full and that, then fucking it won't blow. Well, anyway, then presses the button to launch a torpedo, gets in, hatch closes automatically. They get fired out, where the sats like submerged to the top, exhaling out probably because he tells her to exhale out and that. Then there must have been a spark, which sometimes happens underwater if with electricity and that. Or it could have just been something crashing, but well, it fucking blows anyway. But luckily enough, because the reactor's room was flooded, it's a safe blow. It's not a nuclear blast. Well, then they get to the top, where the wave at a fucking ship, where they like wave back sort of thing, and then you see headquarters sort of thing, where M walks in, asks about any news and that, because Bond obviously hadn't reported back. But you see Bond with Dr. Christmas Jones. That's her first name. I was calling her Dr. Christmas because it's Dr. Jones. Really, her name is. But she's called like Doctor Christmas because she was a first name as like a last name for some reason. But well, anyway, he's like, oh yeah, fucking. Um, I've always wanted to spend. Um, I've always wanted to have Christmas in Turkey, and she's all like, "Oh, are you are you having a joke there?" And he's like, "No," but he was. But anyway, get a bit of a kiss going and that. Well, ah, and that, and I think of Bill Turner and all said, "Oh yeah, we've got some up." Where they look, and there's a heat signal in a car that like they got the tracking on and that. Well, then the track Bond's signature, where they're all like, "Oh yeah, there he is," and M says, "Oh yeah, I thought Doctor Christmas would have been with him. I thought she was with him in that." Well, then she says, "Oh, it looks like it's getting red." Where you see the heat signal getting real red. Then you see fucking the leg pop out where you see, oh yeah, he's banging Dr. Jones. So there's his third shag, and it's on. It's as out as fucking clear as you're gonna get in a Bond film that he's definitely shagging Dr. Christmas. Well, M's like, oh, Bond sort of shit, and then turns off the fucking transmission, and he's all like, "Oh, a millennium bug," um, I think, because it was near that time, or it's like it's a pre a pre millennium bug problem, I think, and that. Well, then you see it where fucking Bond's like, "Oh yeah, I was wrong about you." It's like, "Oh yeah, what?" And he's like, "Oh, I thought Christmas only came once." Boom, boom. And then yeah, it's into the end credits where it did say Bond will return, but fucking ones screenshots I was taking, it didn't appear. It was one of them where the one embedded on the film there was like ones with like the fucking subtitles where the subtitles weren't on until you had to like put them on sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, it goes into Bond will return, but it doesn't say what film. And then yeah, James Bond, Pierce Brosnan, uh, Electra, Sophie, McHugh, Renard, Robert Carlyle, Christmas Jones. You see, her name. She is Doctor Jones because she's a doctor. Denise Richards, Valentin Zukovsky, Robert Coltrane, M. Judy Dench, Q. Desmond Llewellyn, R. John Cleese, Cigar Girl, Maria Greta Cotonota. Yeah. Miss Moneypenny, Samantha Bond, Tanner, Michael Kitchen, Robinson, Colin Salmon, Bullion, but they just called him Bull got Goldie, Sir Robert King, David Calder, Doctor Molly Warm Flash. I didn't even know that. Doctor Molly Warm Flash is the one who he shags. Serena Scott Thompson Thomas, Davido Lurich Thompson, Gabba John Suru, Colonel Akalevich, Claude Oliver Rudolph, Lachin Olichin, Patrick Malhai, and Foreman Omid the Jalila. But yeah. Yeah. Also, oh yeah, yeah. No, there's someone else. Uh, uh, like Jeff Nuttall as Doctor Avo. Yeah, there we go. There's the fucking The World's Not Enough. Great film. That's it. Okay, it's a Bond film, so it is gonna be fucking good. Apart from it's Daniel Craig and his last fucking effort, but yeah. So, nearly 6 hours. But I'll leave it there, sort of thing. To say it's a great film, I'll close out with like thanking some of the viewers. So yeah. Thanks to Darius Munchausen. And that thanks to Captain Cockney Spock. Thanks to Milton Knows the Insane Witch King. Thanks to Maura Kitty. Oh. Thanks to Raquel SSG. Thanks to I Love Food. Yeah. I fucking think it is one. No. Maybe that again. Fuck off. Yeah. Oh, you fucking joking me. You fucking. Fucking. And thanks to Son of a Red Shirt. Cheers, man. Thanks to everyone. Yeah. Next week, Die Another Day. Which hopefully I'll be doing earlier. I'm gonna have to fucking start doing these fucking screenshots sooner. I'll have to fucking, what I'll have to do is, I'll have to fucking get them set up for fucking Tuesday. So then I'll have them set up for Wednesday. But yeah. Uh, yeah, let's have a look, see. Um, anybody yet? Yeah. Thanks for fucking